Wow, that's wild. That's wild. All right, we're recording now. It's a thing. The audience, they get mad if I don't clap before every video. They get upset.
Let's
There
go.
you go. Bang.
Let's go, baby.
But yeah, like I was saying, Italy is the place that I want to go. And also, I just found out that my great grandmother was possibly Sicilian, or maybe a great great grandmother, actually.
Wow.
Yeah, she has this name that it's like, since it has something to do with Sicily, in Italy. Something, it's very weird. So I have to look into that part of the family tree. I'm trying to look into it as much as I can without giving my DNA over to any of these companies, because that's not happening. Definitely not doing that. But yeah, it's very, very interesting. If I find out that I'm part Italian, I'm gonna be I'm gonna
Are you gonna
use it.
start? Are you gonna start talking slightly like that? It's like, hey, like,
I,
are you gonna?
I already do. I grew up around some Italian guys, so it would make so much sense. But man, thank you so much for being here, guys. This is Danny, just for Glower,
Goler.
Goler,
Yes,
Goler.
sir.
I have it. I have it written down in my file as Danny. That's how I have you.
That's me, Danny. Apparently, is what some people call me. So it's hilarious.
That's amazing, man. If you guys don't know who this is, you have this incredible experiment that you've been doing. I don't know if you call it an experiment, an experience, but you've been taking people into that realm, that realm that we go in, the psychedelic realm, and then they look into a laser and they see code. Can you explain it a little bit? I'm going to play the trailer as well, but can you give me a little
Sure.
breakdown of that?
Yeah, the shortest way to say it is that I basically discovered a few years ago that if you project a diffracted laser on a surface and you smoke, you will see some kind of a what seems to be some kind of a self-executing code that is running in all the surfaces. And what stands out about it is the way it appears. It does not look like a hallucination. So there are definitely discerning factors in what it looks like.
Yeah.
To be fair, some experts would say that no, there are these kind of hallucinations that you know that you can see on. But this is an ongoing conversation, and I stand my ground on the fact that this is not a hallucination, because simply because of there's a lot of parameters. Like for example, it has complete space permanence. It does not change over the metabolism of the substance in your bloodstream. So usually, or in your brain to be more accurate. So if you smoke, usually there's an arc to your experience. It
Yes.
would come on a certain way, evolve a certain way. So yes, you will see a lot of wild things, and it is true that especially with people do converge on what they see very often, but not to such a degree of certainty and accuracy. Like there's some accounts that you can tell, like I saw this space. Did you see the dome? Did you see the gestures? Yes, these are kind of motifs that appear in the space. But not like, hey, did you see this exact thing that we're looking at right now and
Yes.
pointing to it like it's a mug inside, right? I don't know why I keep using the mug as an example, but it's just like it's a very salient thing, right? It's right in front of you,
Yeah.
and it has this kind of a thing, and it does not change in the way that it presents itself, depending on the amount of substance or location or time or mood or any other parameter. It's just that if you have some of it in your system, you will see it, and the amount of the molecule you have in your bloodstream would determine how clearly you see it. But that's it. Like it's just kind of there.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, so you take it. So with what you're saying, you don't have to be in a full peak when it comes to this. You don't have to be peaking at the very top of your experience.
Right on the surface.
Yeah. Okay.
It's true that in the beginning sometimes it takes people a little bit more just to kind of see it clearly, because we have identified the fact that some people are having a hard time with it in the beginning. It's not clear to us why. It's definitely not helping the case, because you would expect something real to just appear for everybody immediately.
Yeah.
But I do think that there's something there with how people cast their attention, and they might even be something with that is a little bit around what I call conceptual blindness. Like, so it might be that for some people it takes a little bit of doing to untether what they
Yep.
allow to be true. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That
Yes.
might also play a role there. Yeah.
I had for myself with psilocybin, it took me a few years of doses to finally start seeing things moving in terms of like looking at like ceilings. They have that I don't know what to call that, like a popcorn effect or the little the little
Hmm.
dots, styrofoam, whatever. Like that would start moving. Looking at pictures of space, the Andromeda, whatever you want, like stars and whatnot, have that start moving. It took me a while before I had any type of visual hallucination whatsoever. Or again, because I say hallucination, but maybe I was just clicking into what other people are clicking into. Because the first time it happened, I was with my friend and I'm like, "Do you see this?" And he's like, "Yeah." And he's very like, we always, do these things together. So he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, wait, hold on. Do you see it? Like, you see that the star, you see this one, you see it moving, you see that one? He's like, "Yeah, yeah." He's like, "Yeah." And he started describing it. And I'm like, "So it is this a screensaver?" I'm like, "What is this?" He's like, "This is a picture." He's like, "It's just moving." He's like, "You're tripping." He's like, "What do you mean?" And I was like, "Wow, this has never happened before." But it was like a veil was lifted off, and all of a sudden I could see what he was seeing for the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah. It is one of these things that with psychedelics, which separates them from any other substance, which is that they really more seem to be more of a technology than what we would call a drug. It looks more of, something that allows you to do something versus makes you confused. But it's a hard thing to convince people that a hard thing to convince of people that they've never partaken. It's it
Oh
just
yeah.
sounds too crazy to me. Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds completely silly. I've had people tell me I'm burning holes in my brain and all sorts of weird things when they hear about the experiences. It's very funny, but yeah, technology is a good way of putting it. It is very much like for me, I mean, it's helped me quit smoking. This is psilocybin, helped me quit smoking, helped me reconcile relationships, figure things out in my life. I mean, it does operate much like a tech versus
Hmm.
versus a cigarette, you know?
Yeah. You can see it in psilocybin, by the way. You just need more. So you're probably gonna
Really?
need like, yeah, 3.5 grams upwards. You should
Yeah.
be able to see it.
That makes sense because I was doing when I was talking about that experience just now, it was a hero dose. It was a little over a hero dose. It was like 7,
Hmm.
and then it was finally revealed to me, I guess you could say. That's very interesting. So psilocybin as well. That was actually one of my next questions, if anything else. So what about there's DNT, there's psilocybin. Are they seeing anything with at all? If you have you
We
tried
have
it at
we
all?
haven't tried, to be honest. Some
Mhm.
people said they will, and so far I haven't heard reports. I just got super busy, and I just don't have a day to allocate for
Yeah,
acid. It's a whole day. It's not like a um
you got to have a spare 15 hours.
yeah, at least, and then integration. So we know ayahuasca works. We know definitely works. We know psilocybin works. All of the tryptamine seem to be working. One thing that did surprise me is that 5-MeO works, and
Oh,
not
really?
only yeah, and not only it works, you can see the code even clear on 5-MeO. It's really weird. And
Hmm.
I don't know if you know, it sounds like you do. 5-MeO presents itself very differently.
Yes.
Uh, the actual like experience is very different, and yet if you look at the laser, you'll see the code. And we even had a very strange case that I never even thought about. And there was this individual who basically presented a perfect case study for us because we were at a friend's house, and he was offering people to smoke some. And then this gentleman was sitting there, and I saw him kind of toking away, and like it was a cigarette, and I was like, I mean, I know I can do it, but I don't know a lot of people that can do that. And then I kind of started asking him, and he said, "Oh, I just wanted to see because I'm actually completely immune. I'm not experiencing anything. So there's 1% of the population that they're completely immune." Funny enough, I see
Wow.
Joe Rogan staring at me. Yeah, young Jamie is one of those people apparently, and
Yes.
and he's one of and this gentleman is also one of these people. So he can't experience anything. but I don't know why. I was like, would you like to still try and look at the code? And because people were looking at it, he's like, sure. So he goes there and sits down, smokes. He can't see any visuals at all, but he could see the code right away.
Really?
And what's more, he started seeing the code even clearer than other people, because I think just there's nothing else happening for him, just the code. And
Yeah.
then that's strange, right? Now, in addition to that, he has an eye patch, a permanent one, because he has some kind of a condition. So the whole idea, one of the biggest pushbacks that you get from people, they say, "Oh, it's just the speckle effect. Your brain just playing tricks on you."
Hmm.
But for the speckle effect, you need binocular vision. And we didn't even think about that. But because he has an eye patch, that eliminates that like that removes it from the equation. He just sees with one eye, and he's completely immune to the molecule, and he could easily see the code.
Wow.
So yeah, there's a lot that is happening. Is surprising even us after all this time.
Wow, that's very interesting. Yeah, young Jamie can eat edibles to no end and he doesn't feel anything. And yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, it's funny.
That makes that makes me sad sometimes, but
Oh
it's like,
yeah,
oh.
yeah. Just thinking about that. It's so yeah, it's one thing if you just don't want to do it, but another thing if you do want to and you get
And you
nothing.
can't.
That's a sad story, you know? But the first time I tried it, that's actually how I did it. Somebody had a pen. I was at a I was at a production party. It was a podcast release party. We had just finished filming this podcast series, and we invited all the guests to come. And one of them came, and he had this pen, and I'm like, "Oh, what's this pen?" And I hit it, and he's like, "Oh," he's like, this is," and I'm like, "Oh," I'm like, and I started doing it really hard. And he's like, "Whoa," he's like, "Hold on." I'd never done it before. I'm like, let's just see what happens. You know, I was going really deep at that time in my life, and then right away I looked at him, I gave it to him, I'm like, I think I need to be by myself. He's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, for sure. He's like, let's make that happen. And
No shit.
I didn't realize what would happen. I was like, okay, let's see. And then all of a sudden he took me to this theater room. Luckily, we were in a condo and there was like a theater room and we had rented out the whole space, so we were good. So he brings me into this theater room, and this guy who was one of the guests, he's a sound healer, and he had in long hair, Jesus looking guy, and he comes in with a crystal harp, and he goes, "My brother, can I play my harp for you?" I'm
Amazing.
like, yes, please. And not only is he playing the harp, but he's like a sound healer. So he's like,
Wow.
it was the most beautiful experience I have ever had. And the walls started turning into this. It was swirls, but it was almost like the way they would stay was like hieroglyphic. They were just on the walls, and the walls kind of came in a little bit. And I had this thing where I was like, if I'm like, this is probably what death is like. This is what it's like. And I'm
If
like,
you were good.
yeah, 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 exactly.
Ah,
Yeah,
shit.
exactly. Yeah, so true, so true. But for me, yeah, it was just a beautiful, beautiful experience. And it's just, yeah, it was nuts. And then it just, after a little time, because it's just a pen, I just took 3 really deep hits. So after like 10 or 15 minutes, it kind of just came down, and I was just like, okay. I'm like, okay, back to the party. Sorry about that.
And that's the first time you've done it?
Yeah, that was my first time doing
Wow,
it.
man. That's some way to start. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah, yeah. I have a thing where that has happened. That with psilocybin, my first time was very much similar. A bunch of these guys I knew, they ordered a pizza, and I love pizza. So they were upstairs, and I just ate like 3 slices of pizza. And they're like, you can't go now. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I have to go. I have to go. I have my mom's car. I'm like, I have to go. I was young. And they're like, no, like that was like 4 or 5 grams of mushrooms. Like you can't go. And I was like, oh man. And then that was my
Wow.
first that was my first experience there. And
Wow.
then they were just
What did you
playing.
tell your mom?
Oh, I was just like, oh, I'm far out. And like at first, like when it came,
Literally far out. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. I couldn't talk to her, right? Like, I was around people that were at least they were young, but they had done it so many times. They're like, you can't even have your phone. Like, they're like, sorry, like like this is what we do. Like, you can't have your phone. Like, you gotta just wait
Wow.
until it's done. So I just pretty much couldn't explain anything. And then afterwards, I was just in, and I had to bring the car home. Blah blah blah, and that was it. But it was a wild experience. One thing, talking about these weird experiments and whatnot, Alice in Wonderland was on the screen,
Oh
and
man.
I had never seen the movie before, the animated old cartoon movie. I had never seen it before, and I didn't want to see it. It was too much. And me and this other guy was like tripping out. He was experienced, but he was turning blue and purple. He was just like out of it. And we're both like, we don't want to see this. We don't want to see this. And I closed my eyes. I've never seen the movie before. And I would open them. And for some reason, when I closed my eyes, I could see what was happening in the movie still. And when I'd open it,
Incredible.
it would be at the point of where I was seeing it when my eyes were closed. And I kept doing that. And I'm like, I'm like, I don't know how to fix this. I'm like, I can't close my eyes and not see it. Like, it was just, that was one of the weirdest experiences I've had with psilocybin. Closing my eyes and still seeing something that I've never seen before.
Oh yeah, like a full on movie. Yeah, yeah, cartoon. Yeah.
Yeah, it was, and then, yeah, that was it. Sobered up. And then my first time doing that, I got it from some guy, because I helped him out to get a phone, and he just gave it to me. He's like, "Oh, you like mushrooms?" He's like, "You'll love this." And he gave it to me, and I never tried it before. And I just started a new job, and my commute to the job was 3.5 hours or 3 hours. And I was
Perfect.
like, I'll just take this in the morning and I'll go to the job. And by the time I'm there, it'll be fine. Like, I'll be good. And I'm on this bus. I'm on like the second bus. It was like a subway, a bus. It was like so much. And I'm on this bus for like the long haul. And I'm like, this is getting crazy intense. Like, thermogenics are kicking up. Like, I'm heating up. I'm like, let me just Google. And then all of a sudden it said like 15 hours. And I was like, oh no. I'm like, why? I was stunned. I couldn't believe it. I was like 15 hours, because I had never seen anything, like psilocybin. It's not that long, even on a
Yeah.
huge trip. Like,
4 hours, 5 hours.
Yeah, it's not that long. So this one was just, it was crazy. And then by the time I got there, I told this story recently on the show too. By the time I got there, I was just tripping. I was peaking, and I saw this girl. Her name was Tess, and she had blue dreadlocks, and she had tattoos on her hands. She had glasses. She looked like an anime character, and I wasn't hallucinating it. She really looked like this. And I just went up to her because I'm like, she probably understands. And I'm like, this is what's happened. And she's like, just sit next to me. She's like, we're doing like training. This is like my first day in this training of this job. And I hate jobs. So I would just do whatever I want, kind of thing, in life when I was working jobs. And she just sat next to me and just helped me out the whole time. She would just tell me all
Wow.
the answers, and she just got me water and made sure I was good. And that was it. It's crazy.
Yeah. There's a different animal. It used to be one of my favorite substances when I was still
Really?
partaking a lot. Yeah, it felt like the limitless pill to me.
Yeah.
Up to a point. After
Yes.
that, it just becomes Looney Tunes, and it just
Yeah.
doesn't make sense anymore.
Alan Watts always says, once you get the message, you gotta hang up the phone, right? Like, that's
Yeah, I never understood that phrase. I was like, that's not how phones work, bro. There's more things that people a person's trying to say.
I'm trying to have a conversation here. What are you talking about?
This is one of these like that just kind of got this phrase just got burned into history. But when you think about it, you're like, it just doesn't make any sense.
Maybe
like,
back in his day, that's how.
yeah. That's
so
you get
monopolized.
one message a day. You just hang up. So expensive otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. But going back to your thing, how did you discover that this was a thing? Like, because the stories that I just told, I wouldn't advise anybody to do what I did, and I definitely wouldn't advise anybody to be near lasers when they're in that type of experience. So how did you come across this?
Well, that's what the movie is about. The movie that we're working on that's going to be ready by the end of the year is basically following the full story, which unfolded over years. So it's a long story. But I guess the bullet points are I've had already a lot of experience with, and one time when I smoked it, it all of a sudden presented itself in a new way that I've never seen before. And that was already after about a decade of being familiar with.
Mhm.
And so a new window opened that I've never seen before, which is it was just became ultra realistic. Like it became like real life. It was just like regular augmented reality, basically. And from that point on, I started getting this weird communication from beings that would come to my room, talk to me, and they were no longer disembodied or presence or in the periphery. They were right like you and me, like people.
Mhm.
Like I could see them tangibly right in front of me. And I started understanding that there's just simply it's essentially also what they were trying to explain to me, which is that they're not hallucinations, they're real. And I was like, what? Like, and then this, it's like it's this craziest thing, right? You don't expect that to happen to you. And I started reading online that apparently this happens. Like this is a phenomenon. Like people report this, where all of a sudden it becomes ultra real, and it feels like you're talking to aliens and all that stuff. And almost in every case, people basically did it for a while, and then either their family members or a therapist had to tell them to stop because they're like, "Yo, you're not talking to aliens. Maybe you need to stop doing that." But then I was like, "Wait a second, what? Like I'm experiencing this. There's no way that this is a hallucination in my head. There's just no way. Or if it is, this is something completely new that we do not understand about the mind. One of them is true, for sure.
Mhm.
And that either our minds are way more than what we realize they are, or there's this whole other space you can gain access to through somehow your inside of your perception."
Mhm.
And I started thinking about what I realized is that there's really no satisfactory answers in that space, because you either get the crazy person who just spews nonsense nonstop and nothing makes sense and they don't even realize it, so literally crazy people,
Mhm.
or you get the other extreme, which is like, you know it's all tricks of the mind. And then when you ask these people, have you ever done it? No, I don't need to. I'm like, okay, so you have no idea. All right, moving on. So so basically there was never this middle ground. There was never this bridge. There's just somebody who's taking it seriously, but not being sucked into insanity land, right?
Mhm.
And and obviously, I'm exaggerating. Of course, there's gradation of this, but I've never found somebody that I found talking about this seriously. And even the people who study this, like professionally, still there's all these attempts to fold it into a semi-physicalist perspective, which is just like it's just not that. Like, there's no way it's that, right? And then I said, okay, well let's see. Like, can we figure this out? And then I asked myself, what would figuring it out look like? What does that even look like?
Mhm.
And then I said, well, a question we might want to ask ourselves is there any way to discern whether this space is real or not? How do you do that? Well, it would have to have autonomy. It would have to exist without you looking, if that's the definition of existing without your mind being involved, right? So the wall is there, or at least the whatever the wall is mapped onto is there, even without you interacting with it. And some people would bite the bullet here and say, yeah, but the wall isn't really there until you're looking. I think that's an extremely oversimplified version of what in fact is going on, because even if you are rendering the content, it's still being rendered somewhere. So that somewhere still exists, whatever that is. Some substrate is there, right? So you're not gonna ever. I call it the container problem. You're always gonna have some container that everything is contained in. There's something, right?
Mhm.
So then I said, okay, well then, what I know for sure is that light is involved because I can see it with my eyes. What I know for sure is that if the space is real and exists on its own side, then it would have rules by which it's operating. It would have a geometry, and it would have a topology, which means that it would have a boundary. So it would have some entry point. And clearly it has an entry point for us, even if the space itself is infinite, because we sometimes see it, sometimes don't. So clearly there's a change there, right? So then I asked myself, okay, well, how do you put all this together and also combine it with everything else that we understand about physics,
Yes.
how does, because if it's real, it would have to connect with physics. You can't go around that, right? At no point do you chuck away physics. It doesn't work that way. So then I was like, okay, well then how does all of it work? And then these guiding principles were with me for years, and the details are pretty long and tedious, and some of them are kind of wacky, but that's what the movie is following. It's like, how did I actually arrive at that? But eventually, through reasoning, some hints that started appearing for me, which obviously makes scientists very uncomfortable, and I understand. But it all of a sudden started, quote unquote, talking to me. Like the second I started paying attention in the right direction, it goes like, okay, what else? Kind of gives me like these little hints that kind of appear at the right time.
Yes.
And then eventually I landed on this idea that I actually had no idea what's supposed to happen, but we just kind of like arrived at this conclusion that if you use the lasers, something's supposed to happen. And I had no idea what. I was like, okay, clearly it's saying lasers, but I don't know what that means. So then I bought a laser. Back then it was during, so I couldn't really get lasers anywhere. They didn't sell them anywhere. Ironically, the only ones that were sold are the ones from China. So then it took you like, because the ports were closed, took like 3 months to get to me. So there was this like very dramatic, like constantly being pushed away, like almost there, almost there. And I was like, okay, fine. So then eventually got to me, built the laser, built the little circuit, smoked DMT, and I was like, what? There's literally like, I couldn't believe that anything works, because usually nothing works. And I was like, and I told my back then girlfriend, now wife, I told her, there's a code in the wall. And she goes, what do you mean? I said, I just said the words. There's a code in the wall. And she's like, I still don't understand. I'm like, well, I don't know how else to say this in English. It's what I'm saying. it's what's happening. And she's like, it doesn't compute, right? It's so weird. It's such a simple statement, but it doesn't compute.
Mhm.
So then I was like in the Matrix, like I can see the Matrix. And she's like, okay. And because I'm on DMT, so she's like, so what? Like, you're on DMT, yeah, all kinds of can happen. So then I was like, I don't know how to explain this. It's different. And then I started showing people, and every single person saw the same thing. And I tried it in every which way, both obviously telling them, not telling them something else on purpose to see if they gonna look for something else and find it. And every time I did this, people said, I didn't see what you told me, but I saw these weird Japanese looking things. So it's like every single time that I would, no matter how you do it, people see the same thing. And it's just
Really?
there. Yeah.
That's very, very interesting. You know, the way that you explain the story, it's almost like, have you ever heard how when somebody asked the shaman how ayahuasca came about, they were just kind of
Hmm.
like, the plants just told us, like this plant
Hmm.
led us to this plant. And, then we were just told to do this. It
Hmm.
wasn't really something that any of them knew. It almost sounds like that. Like something's pushing you to a laser, you're getting the laser, you don't quite know what you're doing, and then the next thing you know, you're noticing something, and it just snowballs into this whole thing that you have
It's
going on.
talking to us all the time. It's talking to us all the time. It's just that most of us in the Western world don't think of the world in this way. You sound very knowledgeable, so you probably know this, but in a lot of cultures, it's not really even like a
Second thought.
crazy thought
Yeah.
to understand that the world is actually talking to you. Like it's not even you're not some marginalized crazy person to think this. It's just like a mainstream belief. It's like, yeah,
Yes.
everything has energy, and these energies interacting with one another. You are energy. It is energy. It's talking to you in some way. If you're not
Yeah.
listening, that's a different story. But a lot of cultures believe this.
Yeah, I was having a long conversation with my friend, the last podcast I released, my buddy Oliver, and we were talking about how you have to listen very closely because there's so much distraction and everything around us and waves and Wi-Fi and all this different stuff that you have to listen very, very closely. And you have to be open-minded to that type of thing. Like you're saying, there's so many cultures, whether it's the Haitian culture, the Native Americans in North America, Mexican culture, even Russian. Even Russians very much believe in stuff like that. It'll be called superstition, but they're just open minded to that type of thing. There's a lot of different.
They're
You
just
have
extra. They're just extra cautious. I can tell you
yes,
that. I'm
yes.
Russian, so I can. There's a
Are
lot.
you
There's a
okay?
lot.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Russians are just
Yeah,
like, just in case. I'm gonna cover all my bases.
I used to know a Russian dude, like if he saw a black cat while he was driving, he would like stop. He'd be like, "We're turning around." He's like, "I can't spit at it." He's like, "So we have to turn around. We'll go a different way." He was dead serious. He'd be like, "Don't worry, I'm gonna U-turn. It's gonna be okay. Don't worry."
And then you let the cat drive. That's the only way. If you let the cat drive, it's not crossing you.
Yeah, one of the two. Yeah, it was crazy. But yeah, that's very interesting. So from there you start realizing it. You just said somebody said like kind of Japanese things. What language does it actually look like? Like have you ever looked into any
Emphasis look like, yeah, I don't think it's any language we know. So people constantly trying to like, peg it to something we know. I don't think it's any language we know. The
So you never
closest
like
thing
looked at like Sumerian and like
I did,
compared the two or
the closest thing it is actually Hebrew. So it kind of
really?
looks, yeah, it's like a Hebrew mixed with Japanese, and also you see what seems like regular numbers, but it's none of these things. Like if you look closely, you'll see that it's not even like the digits are just kind of like a secondary thing. They don't even matter. What's interesting is the structure itself. Like the structure itself is like a living tapestry of some sort that it also looks extremely digital, and it executes this function of some sort. It has three axes along which these characters moving. You have the rotation of these buckyballs. You have this back and forth movement of these enormous columns, and then you also have each and every one of these characters constantly switches in one spot, just like the old briefcases. You know, the code to open the briefcase, like that. So they're
Yes,
like
yes, yes.
all moving around, right? So it's like constantly moving. It's also the answer to the question, why can't you just transcribe it? There's literally millions of these things, and they're constantly moving and changing. You can't like grab. There's just too much information, but it's discernibly there. Like it's so clear. Like I always say, you don't need, if you trust your judgment even a little bit, you don't really need anyone else to see it ever. The second you see it, you go, "What is going on?" Like because
Yeah.
it's clear to you that it's very, very different. Yeah,
So it's
there's a lot of aleph. There's a lot of aleph in there. If you there's sheens like the ones that
so
yeah.
it's
So
looking
there's
like that a little bit, but then it's also at the same time looking like this a little bit.
yeah, so it's like a combination of these things, but it's
Wow.
none of these things.
Yeah.
And what's clear to me, and I at this point I understand the insistence. Basically, every single person that ever hears about it, the first thing is like, okay, can we decode it? And I
Right.
have such a, I think, well, the first thing is that every person who says this has never seen it, so they don't understand why it's basically impossible
Mhm.
until you're going to have some way to record directly from your cortex, which I'm sure is coming. But until that moment, yeah. So it's well, that's the first thing. The second thing is what I always point out is that you can't decipher something if you don't even know what it is. Because what the mistake that people make is they think, well, if you're saying it's code, it's like language. It was like I said, it looks like
Mhm.
self-executing code. I have no idea what it is. But
Yeah.
also, if when we try to decipher old languages, there's a lot of information we already know about it. First of all, we know it's a human language. That already tells you a lot about what's possible and impossible. Like there's some
Mhm.
simple things, like it's definitely going to be either left or right to left, maybe up to down, maybe like I don't know. I don't even know if a language like that ever existed, but like from down to up, I don't even think that existed. But for sure it's not going to be diagonal, right? Or it's not going to be like here and then there. There's no reason to do that. And the fact that you know that already gives you a lot of information, and then you know how the human mind usually develops syntax. So Zipf's law. There's things that are universal across languages. So you can use these models because they have to do with the architecture of the human brain, and you can say a lot about what you think is plausible and implausible, discerning an old language. But when you're looking at something like this, we have no idea that it's language. There you go. We have no idea that it's code. Even we have no clue. We just know we're looking at some kind of a superstructure of some sort that is doing some kind of a thing. So to me, the best bet and plus, if you're going to start and guess what it is, because we do have artists kind of do renditions, right? But
Okay.
they're all approximations. So if you're going to
You know
start
where
building,
is there? Sorry, is there anywhere I can see
yeah,
those renditions?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. If you go to our Discord, hold on, let me share. We have a bunch of people sharing them. So,
Are you live
Coach,
right now?
huh?
Are you live right now?
Where
Like
on
anywhere
Discord?
on your yeah, no, on your side. Like, are you live like on YouTube or anything?
No. Why?
Oh, okay, okay. No, I was just checking because I saw a thumbs up pop up, and I'm like, Where'd that come from?"
Oh, from the screen. That's just the OS. The OS does
Oh.
this. Yeah, I think it also does hearts or something. Let's see if it does that. There's some balloons. I don't know. You do this. There's balloons. I don't know. Sometimes it registers. Sometimes it doesn't. But um. So yeah, let me find it real quick.
Yeah, that would be really cool to see
But
because
yeah, go ahead.
I'm seeing well, I'm not like I mean from the trailer, which I guess we should play.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Yeah, but
And let me ask one of my moms. What chat do we have all the artwork that
but I feel
people?
like somebody tried to. Don't you show? I feel like I've seen a little bit of this
Yeah, yeah.
code. Something you guys
It's a
have done.
very. This is exactly my point. That, and I want to make this point. I just asked my one of my moderators. She'll give me an answer in a moment. But one of the things I want to emphasize is that this is actually a very flimsy avenue. General chat
In
underpins.
terms of like rewrite, like
Because if you're going to be building on approximations, you're going to be building on a house of cards.
of
And
course,
what happens there is that if you want to discern what something really is and you don't know anything about it, you definitely want the fidelity to be close to 100%. You want to like, well, let's find the exact shape that it is and then talk about it. If you're going to be saying, well, it kind of looks to me like it's this, and kind of looks, if it has a specific function, you're going nowhere. You're not getting
true,
closer. You might be getting further. And then
true.
all it needs is one iteration of people forgetting this was a approximation and running with it as if it's the real thing. And then off to the races in the wrong direction. So it's
Yeah.
like, that's why I'm trying to stay away from this until we can actually record it directly.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
so general,
That's
no, no, but I mean, I'll show it, but I want to give this caveat. So general chat, and what you see in the trailer is the same thing. Let's see, pinned.
yeah.
How do I see the pinned ones?
And then when it comes
Ah, there it
to,
is. Yeah, go ahead.
I feel like you can share on here as
The
well.
screen.
I
Yeah.
think.
Okay, so let me. So this is one thing. This is definitely kind of like not quite there. It's the intersections between them kind of look like this, which is very difficult to know what people are actually looking at.
Okay.
Present, share screen, entire screen, boom. Okay. So this is one of them. You see that?
No, I
So
don't
this is,
see anything.
oh, you don't see.
Sorry, sorry. I have to add it. Sorry, I just have to add it to the
Oh,
stage.
okay, there you go.
Let's go here, and then go there. I gotta remove that. Add that. There you go. Interesting. Yeah, I
So
can
hold
see it
on.
now.
So yeah, okay, so this is kind of like how the intersections between the characters actually look like, which to somebody looked like the actual characters. So these, like this right here, this definitely looks like one of the things that appears. Um,
It looks like the
this
style of Japanese, but
this
then
is
like
this is
elements.
pretty close. This is weird and low resolution, but this is pretty close. You see, there's a lot of alephs like this. There's
Yeah,
tzaddiks. This is like the Hebrew ones, but then there's like numbers, and then there's things that kind of look like this. They kind of look like weird, and people constantly trying to compare it to all kinds of things that people found on crafts, on all kinds of things. But the truth is that all of these they do not do the thing justice. Not even close. And the thing there is that um, I think so what we're trying to do now. So I started a nonprofit called Code of Reality, and we are, so that's I guess the investigative arm. We're actually doing the research, and
code
one of the
of
things,
reality.
Code of Reality Inc. Yeah, and what we are doing now is that we have a sets of experiments that we're aiming for to see if we can create any perturbations to the code. Because if it's real in any shape or form, you should be able to interact with it in some way. Like it's somewhere, right?
Mhm.
Because you can see it somehow. So then we're going to be playing with very powerful magnets, particular materials like bismuth, putting it into different arrangements, seeing if we can make any departure from what the code is currently doing, and
Is
see if
bis
we can make it
is
replicable.
bismuth like a metal or?
It's a material. It's a element, like a chemical element, bismuth.
Okay, okay.
And there's like, it has very special interactions with magnets, in that it both creates repulsion to the magnet, and also under conditions like so you can even create like room temperature magnetic levitations with it, things like this. So there's some interesting things with it. uh I think it's going to be too deep of a rabbit hole to go down, like why bismuth stands out, but it does. But I'm just giving you examples of the kinds of things that we will be trying. The idea is to see if I can create something with the code that both you and I can agree on that is changing. Because then you change the game entirely. Because if I can do something right here, and if I press a button and you and I are looking at the code, and I turn this thing on, and something happens to the code that both you and I see, at that point, you're opening it to mainstream science, because now you clearly are doing something to something real that you're influencing. So that's the thing we're trying to do. That will save a lot of time, because if you can prove that, you don't need 1,000 accounts of people. And the
Sure.
truth is that even if you have 10,000, a million accounts of people, yeah, it will hold more water because so many people agree on it. But still, it's hearsay, right?
Mhm.
You either have to show it on a screen so others can see it themselves, or you have to show that you can literally create perturbations to it that other people can see, because then you can run real tests with it that are
Yeah.
relatively easy to discern. Yeah.
Wow. Wow. So
Yeah.
you're really going for it. This is amazing.
Oh, we're
I
in full
love
swing. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. This is incredible. So basically when you're saying what you're saying when you're this part of the experiment will is it it's almost like it'll bring the code into reality. Right now it's like in the psychedelic realm, so to speak. And
No, I don't think
if you
it's in the psychedelic realm. I think it's always here. I think it's just that we don't have access to see it. We don't know
yes, yes,
why.
yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
We can't see it just, normal or straight, sober, whatever you want to say. But when you actually do this, will this be two people that are on that
Yeah.
look at this? Okay, okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay. I
We
understand.
also trying to see if we can see it without the molecule as well. But that is actually much harder, because the brain is already doing something to allow us to see it. In order to do that, we have to understand what that thing is and then recreate that in the camera. So like we have to understand what exactly changes in the brain that causes you to see it. It might just be more either higher edge detection, which psychedelics do. It might be more computational steps per um, information density. So it's a fancy way of saying you do more frames per second of reality per moment time. Maybe that's what it's doing. So it's almost like, how like if this exists every third frame and you only see every 5 frames, you're never going to see it. But if all of a sudden you start seeing every frame, you're going to start seeing it. So maybe it's something like that.
Yeah, it's
Or
almost like
it's
the way forests and trees like breathe when I've seen it on psilocybin. You start seeing it more vivid than you normally would.
HD. Yep.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Or it's something a lot more exotic that we simply don't even understand. It might depend on something that consciousness is that we do not currently understand, and then there's no chance we're going to be able to see it with a camera, because that means that we have to develop a camera that can also have an organic component like our brains, which is a lot more difficult.
Well, I mean, I did an episode on this. Neuralink just had their 2025 update summit, and they were talking about something I believe it's called blind sight. So they're going to be able to give people who are blind and otherwise, quite honestly. I mean, they keep saying it's always for people who are injured and whatnot, but regular people are obviously going to adopt it soon enough. But they're going to be able to give you infrared and all sorts of different types of sight, and they are in a place right now where they can record people's movements. So maybe with Neuralink, they'll be able to record sight and then give you the proper sight to be able to see it, and then maybe you'll have a whole new can of worms on your hands.
there's no question that eventually they'll be able to do it. Yes, for sure. And if not them, then somebody who would be competing with them. But I'm placing my money on Neuralink, so I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure that that would be one of the routes. But I don't know how far out that is. So
Their
we'll see.
timeline is 2027 for that. That's their
Amazing.
timeline right now. Yeah,
Well,
2028 they're gonna mesh it with AI, they say.
mhm.
But before that, they're gonna be handling all that soon, less than 2 years.
Yeah, yeah. Well, something tells me that we might have a breakthrough this year or next year. I don't know why I know this,
Mhm.
but the feeling is very strong.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, when you're after something, you can feel when something's around the corner.
That's
You know?
interesting. I never thought about it that way. Yeah, there's almost like the thing kind of announces itself to you in this special way. It's almost
Yeah.
like, get ready, I'm coming. That's
Yeah.
true. I never thought
Yeah.
about
Yeah.
that.
And also there's like a whole bunch of elements to it when you're really after something, when you're pursuing something, when you feel called to something, because that's like what more this is that you're going through. There's a series of tests that you'll be put through, and
Hmm.
almost like a conditioning, so you're ready for when you actually do step into what it's all supposed to be. And yeah, when you're about to get it, it's like a feeling beyond just like your mind knowing it. It's like it's your body. It's like it's almost like there's a bunch of senses that we've lost touch with that all just start clicking, and they just give you that gut feeling, and you don't quite understand it, but your body understands it fully, you know?
Yeah, definitely. There's an alignment happening that all your channels basically align together. I
Yeah.
think that's exactly what's happening to all of us too. It's like the more people understand it, the more we can be like that collectively. And
Yeah.
that allows all of us to basically align together, which amplifies the signal, whatever that is. And then that actually helps.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's some kind of shift happening. When you say like with everybody, there's some
Mhm.
kind of odd thing happening with everybody who's open to it, I would say. But we'll touch on who is what later on as I go through all these questions. But I do want to ask you one thing, because there are some people that have been open to it, and that is the legendary Eddie Bravo. Did you actually do this experiment with Eddie Bravo?
Yeah, he came to see it.
That's amazing. So he went and he saw the code and everything like that. I know Mike Plaster did as well. He connected us.
Yep.
Um,
Shout out
yeah,
to Mike.
yeah. I love Mike, man. I love Mike. Can't wait to have him
He's
on the
awesome.
show. Yeah, he's a great
Yeah.
guy.
He's a wise dude, man. I love him.
Very,
I can't
very
wait.
wise
Yeah.
guy. He came over to my house in Austin and we did an interview together. And yeah, he's just been amazing for me. Like he's a fan of the show. He connected me to Eddie, connected me to you. Like he's done a lot for me with nothing in return, really. So he's a selfless guy.
He seems to be one of these angel on earth kind of people. Yeah.
That's exact. You know what? It's so funny you say that, because I have a friend that's exactly like that, and he looks like Michael, and his name is Michael.
That is
It's
interesting.
it was
Wait,
very odd. Sorry,
wh- what is uh what is Michael known for? Angel. Like what are they
Archangel
what is
Michael. He is he
yeah.
is the he is the ultimate.
Oh.
He's the
Well,
warrior. He steps on Satan's head. He is the one that is above all of them. He is the general of all archangels, all angels, in fact.
well, it makes sense.
And he's the one that helps humanity the most. So yeah, it
There you
was
go.
really interesting. Like, well, first time we met up, I was like, he was wearing a hat that my friend Michael that I grew up with always wears. He looks like the guy. And then again, that same angel energy. I was like, this is like, you talk about like simulation. I was like, this is the weirdest thing. And he's helping me in the same way that my friend Michael would. I was like, this is a trip. Like, I don't know what's going to happen when I have those two meet. Like, there's going to be like,
It's like they, they whip out a half a medallion each, and there's like a
something,
there's a
something. But what was your
I
experience
do
like?
I
Sorry?
with what with Eddie.
Yeah, I was gonna say with Eddie. Sorry to cut
Super
you off.
dope. Um, Michael Shaw is that his last name? Yeah. Also, the actor. He also came to see it together with Eddie. Also connected by Plaster. Um, And yeah, I mean, Eddie's reaction was very interesting. He saw it. First of all, he had a lot of, because I think he wasn't. I think he drank a little bit that day. It was Mother's Day or something, and he's like, I don't know if I should do it. And it was like, I'm like, yo, zero pressure. Like, you should never do something that doesn't feel right to you. Your body knows better. And eventually, he's like, all right, I'll do a little bit. So he did a little bit, and then he looked at it. He saw it relatively quickly, and then he saw the whole thing, and then he had a very interesting response. So he said, I see it also in my head. Like, when I close my eyes, I see it fully in my head. Now, it's worth saying that I asked many people since, because I wanted to see if that's a thing that we just missed. But most people don't. So there's a couple of people that did, just like Eddie. When they close their eyes, they can also see it in the kind of like. And I asked Eddie, do you see it as clearly? He said, yeah. But here's what was interesting. He said, this is a projection of how your mind is projecting the world. He's like, this is a kind of like a pre-buffer, which makes perfect sense, by the way, from a technical standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
But he said something interesting. It's the way he said it that was interesting to me. I've interacted with Eddie enough. I mean, I don't know him that well. I don't, train with him regularly, but I've interacted with him enough to know that he has the different modes, different Eddies, right?
Yeah.
And then there's the Eddie that kind of tells you the wildest things. Space is fake and all of this stuff, right?
Nice.
And when he's in that mode, Eddie, I don't even know how much of it, like, I know he would say, yeah, no, I believe all of it 100%, but like, it's almost like there's a slightly removed mode there. Like, he's not fully on it. Like, it's almost like, I'm just saying things. I'm more interested in your reaction than what I'm saying. That's kind of like his mode, the way I'm observing, right?
True.
But then there's the other Eddie, which is Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Eddie. He knows his shit, right? Yeah. So then when he talks about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, he's not guessing. He's telling you what's up. He's just telling you how it is.
He writes the code when it comes to jiu-jitsu.
Yeah, you can accept it or not accept it, but he knows what he's telling you is exactly what it is. So that's the Eddie that told me that. So he opened his eyes. It wasn't the space is fake Eddie. It was Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Eddie. It was Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu Eddie who was saying, oh, it's your mind. It's how your mind projects this. Somehow he just like intuitively knew that. So that was interesting to me because that's the thing I really noticed because it's the way he said it.
Yeah.
So since then, I actually took that into account and trying to incorporate it into the model to see if it even works. Because one of the things that I'm working with currently theoretically is that what I think is going on is that do you know what the holographic principle is?
No, explain it to me.
So the holographic principle is a principle in physics. It's almost like a frame through which you can look at all the different theories in physics. It was popularized by Leonard Susskind, who's a famous theoretical physicist. But it was not developed by him, but it was definitely accelerated quite a bit by him and also popularized by him. So the idea is that everything in the universe is basically a projection, a three-dimensional projection from a two-dimensional filament outside of the universe, like on the filament outside, which is literally like a hologram. Mm-hmm. So this is the thing that gave rise to these ideas like we are inside of a black hole, because essentially it would be kind of like that, because every black hole, the filament, the event horizon itself, smears all the information that falls into the black hole and keeps it on the surface. So for you, from the perspective of outside of the black hole, nothing actually falls into the black hole. Like, it looks completely dark, but if you could, you would be able to reconstruct all the information that fell into the black hole because it never fell in. It smeared infinitely on the event horizon because it cannot fall in, because for you, yeah, go ahead. Because time stopped for you. Yeah. Okay. This is what, so this is why a black hole is, it's fair to say that a black hole is not really anything in our universe. A black hole is lack of our universe. That region of space is no longer our universe. It's something else. It's the lack of our space in our universe, basically. So inside, this is why all the postulations about inside don't make a lot of sense, but we still make them. Mm-hmm. And what basically happens is that for somebody who crosses the event horizon, they obviously do, and they go into the black hole. but they're no longer part of this universe. And in fact, like no matter how you're going to look at it, it checks out, because when you get close to the event horizon, because of time dilation, it becomes basically infinite. And then what happens is that, well, in the singularity becomes infinite, but it gets curved enough that for you, for somebody from the outside, you would be slowing down, and eventually freezing at the event horizon and never entering the black hole. For you, looking out, the opposite happens. The universe outside accelerates, and gets to the end of the universe like that before you enter. So you had to see everything that happens in the universe till the end of time before you enter the event horizon. So it's over for you. So now when you go in, now you're almost like separate. Now it's almost like you can say you split. Like now there's the version of you that lives inside the black hole, and then there's the version of you that, for me, froze outside of the black hole.
Okay.
And then to make sense of this conundrum, people say, okay, well, you can think of, because all the information that is now smeared on the event horizon, it also kind of like being shuffled, right? And it's almost like a genetic code that is being slightly modified. And then what is projected inwards is literally everything that was smeared on the event horizon, but also going in, but might be slightly modified. And it gives rise to a new universe. So inside of every black hole, there's a whole other universe, which is the result of everything that ever entered it. It's made out of everything that ever entered it. So that's kind of like gives you, so we might be inside of this enormous black hole, right? Which, by the way, yeah, so this is an idea that kind of, took hold of physics quite well. And at this point, just to be clear, this is not some kind of a fun philosophical discussion in physics. This is one of the most mainstream ideas currently that very mainstream physicists accept. Sean Carroll accepts it. He says that it's the best frame we have. And Sean Carroll only interacts with ideas that are very mainstream. He doesn't like the too theoretical, too crazy.
Yeah.
So this is very accepted. Now, what I think is happening is that what I'm adding to the picture is that if we are the hologram, like everything that's going on, I think that if you look at the way that hologram is constructed, so actually, I can probably share this to show you, because I think it's going to be too confusing without this.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
But I have heard the whole,
Yeah.
theory that every black hole and people, I guess, I don't know what to say, regular people find that to be ridiculous. But it makes sense the way you're explaining it if it's just taking from our universe. But is it possible it could be, yeah, it gets confusing. I was going to say, is it possible it could be taken from other universes as well? But that's universe. I don't know.
Well, no, then every parent universe gives rise to infinite universe within itself. And that's basically the evolution of different universes, which is kind of neat, actually. Okay, so I'm just finding the diagram real quick, and hopefully you can, I think you can show an image from that, because it's in an educational channel anyway. Wait. I'm not going to play the video, because then, even though it is an educational video, they might, because it's other video in YouTube, and we don't want to. Oh, here it is. Okay. So there we go. So this is a good representation of it right here. Let me share the screen now.
Yeah, share that, and then I'll pull it up here.
Okay. Hold on before you pull it up. Share screen and I can do this hologram. Share. Boom. Okay, now you can share. I'm gonna keep it freeze frame so we don't run into copyright issues.
Yeah.
You see it?
Yeah.
Cool. So this is by a great channel called 3 Blue 1 Brown. Highly recommended. If you look 3 Blue 1 Brown holograms, he usually does mathematics education. He's brilliant. He's amazing. You can learn a semester worth of something in mathematics in one of his videos. It's crazy, because he does these amazing illustrations and explains exactly what it means. So he was talking about holograms. So this is one way to do a hologram. Okay, you have a right here. Do you see my cursor?
Yep.
So this is the source of light, right? And you have a beam of laser coming through. This is a beam splitter. It splits the beam into two beams. And then it goes to a set of focusers and mirrors. Okay. And then this is how a hologram is created. So you have This is called the object light. It goes like this. Okay. The object light bounces either through or from the object you're trying to put onto the screen, onto the hologram. And all the photons bounce back to the screen, and they give you like a regular picture, which is the amplitude. It's just like how many photons in every given region, and it gives you the average, and then it shows you the picture. Okay. But the other beam, which is the difference between a regular picture and a hologram, comes from the side, and it's called a reference light. The reference light basically crosses the object light, and what it does, it registers another data point, which isn't the amplitude, it's the phase, which is like how far the waves are from one another. The amplitude is how high the waves, the phase is how far the waves are from one another, right? So then, because you have this extra data point, it has to hit it at exactly the right angle. This is why this has to be measured very carefully. What it would record on the screen is not just what the object looked like from one angle, but it would record what the object would look like from every possible angle that light can possibly hit it if you move your head around. And reflections and how transparent an object, all of it, right? And there's actually quite complex mathematics that goes into it, and he goes at length about that, and I highly recommend this video. But the important point, just for my illustration, is this interaction between what we call the reference light, which is the second light that measures the phase, and the object light. So what I think is going on is that what, I guess, if you want to be extravagant, you can say that the source light is source, wherever the original light comes from. I don't know. I'm not going to postulate. And then it splits into two. So I guess, again, if you want to be extravagant, you can say duality. It becomes dual, right? And then the object light is essentially any photon emitted in the universe going through, instead of any object you choose to record on a hologram, it actually goes through some kind of a special master key object. That object, basically, when light passes through it, the light now carries information about all the kinds of things that it can become. Not just one thing, but anything that makes sense in that domain. So it's almost like, just like a master key can open any lock, the master object, when light passes through it, it encodes all the information of everything that is possible to make in our universe. Okay.
Okay.
And then and then the reference light is, in our case, our conscious awareness. So what I think our consciousness is the reference light. So it's the second light. And when our light of our consciousness interacts with the source light that came through the master object, when it lands, in our case, the screen in this illustration, this would be space-time itself, the bulk. Okay. And it represents every instance in which matter absorbs the photon. So when that happens, our conscious perception, so the reference light, interacts with the source light at exactly the right angle, that when they do, that's a moment of awareness. That's a moment of consciousness. That's what I think is going on. Now, as crazy and obviously, out there this sounds, this is testable. Because if what I just said is it's not just a cool metaphor, but actually what is going on, or close to what's going on, then if you're going to change the angle of the reference light, you should see something predictable. Because when you change the angle of the reference light, we know what happens to the hologram. So what we're going to try and do is try and determine what would constitute changing the angle of the reference light, and see if we can create that perturbation. Because if we can, then we're onto something for sure. And what we currently think that would constitute a change of the reference light or changing of the angle is interacting with powerful magnets. Because the electromagnetic field is light, and magnetism is obviously part of it. And, it's the same wave, right? So then if we produce enough of a magnetic field, we think it's either around our heads or around the diode, we're not sure, it might produce something that we can map onto this thing. Now, it might be a lot more complex than this, obviously, and probably is, but we are aiming to see if we can create any kind of effect like this. But that's the model we're working from. So in that regard,
this here is going to be the model. This
Well,
It's
it's a good
it's a
illustration.
step down
Oh,
the path.
this is even a better illustration. So it's going to jump there. See, like this is the reference slide. Basically, again, I recommend people watch this video. It's great. Um, but
Well, does this part like explain it a little bit? Like this part here that you're on?
yeah, so these are the objects. So this is the object light that would be coming through and going into the screen that is where the information is recorded. What is missing from this? Oh, if we just go like this, there you go. So you see, that's what he's trying to say. That it basically records all the possible frames of all the possible angles of the light field itself. See, this is a regular light. He goes about the differences between using regular light and laser light and why we use laser light. Because you can create holograms that can be viewed with regular light. But you see, this is the amplitude and the phase. See, the phase is how far, the amplitude is how high. Let me see if I can find a
So
portion of this.
if you go from 4 minutes to like 6 minutes, because that seems to be where you've been like going back and forth with, just play it. Play it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'll fight it. I'll
Okay.
fight. I fight all my copyrights. I've had to fight
Okay,
every
go. All right.
podcast.
So in that case, let me just play at least the intro, which is like a minute. It will give you a good, just how crazy this really is. And this is what the code looks like a lot like. And one thing I want to say before I'm playing it, I'm showing you this also because in the context of this, what Eddie said makes perfect sense. Because the physical body that you're made out of, like your physical body, is not your consciousness.
Mhm.
It is part of what the original master object codes for. But your conscious awareness is the reference light. So you would have some interaction in your physical skull between the reference light, your consciousness, and the actuation of the master object as it manifests itself in the universe. So you might be able to talk about the code manifesting also in your head in the same way that you see it on the wall. But let me just then play this short part of it.
Let me show you something I find completely magical. Behind this piece of glass, there appears to be a three-dimensional scene. You can move around your head and you see the light play off of the objects in different ways. For example, that glass Klein bottle in the front warps what's behind it. But it's an illusion. In reality, all that's there is an empty table and a diverging laser beam shining on the glass. Inside that glass is a single piece of film that's been exposed in a very special way that records the entire three-dimensional scene. It's hard to capture in a video how surreal this feels in person, because despite there being nothing behind that glass, every visual cue available is screaming to your brain that something really is there. One of my favorite versions of this is a recording taken of a microscope. Again, it gives this illusion of a three-dimensional object stored on a two-dimensional piece of film. And it's a little tricky to get this right, but if you put your eye at just the right point in space, you can look down the barrel of the microscope and see what it's imaging, in this case, a little microchip. I want you to take a moment to reflect on just how incredible this is, simply from the standpoint of how much information needs to be stored on that film. An ordinary photograph records a scene from just a single viewing angle, but right here we have available to us an entire continuum of differing perspectives. In the first example, this includes how the light from the pie creature refracts through the glass in different ways from different angles, or how sometimes you get this little glint of light off the disco ball.
It
Every
literally records
optical
every
detail
single thing
from
about the
all
scene.
these viewing angles
Yeah.
is stored on that two-dimensional piece of film.
I'm just going to skip to this. So look, so this is exactly what I was
My
describing.
collaborator Paul and I
Yeah.
asked around for help to record our own custom hologram. Multiple people pointed us to these two very skilled holographers, Craig Newswanger and Sally Weber, who generously showed us the ropes when it comes to the delicate orchestration of lasers involved in doing this. The whole setup risks feeling like a set of arbitrary steps, but I think maybe the best way to motivate it is to contrast what we're doing with ordinary photography. In a photograph, a given point is only influenced by a very narrow region of the scene that you're recording, something like a pixel. The simplest kind of camera would be a pinhole camera, where you only let light pass through a tiny little hole that exposes your film, which means each part of that film can only see one narrow little region of the scene through that hole. The point is that you're limiting things to a single viewing angle to influence the film. All of the other information from all other possible viewing angles is lost. The key thought to have in your mind when it comes to a hologram is that the goal is to recreate the entire light field around a scene. What I mean by that is when you set up some scene and there's some light shining on it, there's this incredibly complicated undulating electromagnetic field that surrounds everything. And the specifics of that field are dependent on every optical property of the objects in your scene and the lights illuminating it. What you see when you're an observer depends on where your eye is in that field. In our test scene, for example, from some angles, you see the pie creature's eye refracted through the glass of the Klein bottle. From others, you see a glint of light off that disco ball. But in principle, everything you can see from various different viewing angles is entirely a function of whatever this undulating light field is that surrounds the scene. So if you could come up with a procedure that recreates the full state of that field, even when the objects are no longer there, it would give the complete illusion that we're aiming for. Contrast this with the pinhole camera, where a ton of information is lost about that light field based on filtering through the hole.
Okay, this is the part where it gets relevant to the laser itself.
Ordinary white light. What you have to do is use a laser. A clever way to do this is to pass that laser through a beam splitter where half of it gets spread out, bounces off the scene, and hits the film. We'll call that the object wave.
So the object wave is the, I guess, source light passing through, in our case, instead of regular objects, some kind of a master object. We haven't figured this out yet. And then this light would be what I'm postulating is our consciousness, actually.
And then the other half also gets spread out, but it doesn't interact with anything before hitting the film. This will act as the reference wave. Those two waves interfere at the plane of the film in a way that depends heavily on the phase of that object wave. The full setup that Craig and Sally made for us looks only a little bit more complicated than this. One little nuance is that beam splitters change the polarization of light, so you have to do something to counteract that. The object beam follows this trajectory here, which lets our scene get right up next to the film and get illuminated from the front. And then on the left, we have the reference beam. But at a high level, the essence of any...
So I think you got the picture.
Yeah, I got the picture, but also, have you reached out to this person at all? Because it seems like you would be able to help quite a bit.
No, so funny enough, when we just kind of started working on this, Aaron already had the trailer. Wait, how do I... There you go. He reached out to the couple that does the holography.
Yeah.
And I think they responded and said, like, why would you like to... I think he sent him the trailer and obviously never heard back from them again. I was like, I think that was a little premature, brother. I think what you need to do is to let me talk to the people and explain what we're doing and why, and not just show them a trailer about psychedelics, because then it's going to be out. But yeah. I mean,
you gotta bridge them to the idea properly, like through everything you were just saying. Like you need a proper bridge of that.
Yeah, exactly.
You haven't heard back from them since. They're like block.
I'm sure we'll hear from them later when the movie is gonna make its rounds. But yeah, we're definitely gonna be playing with. We have a company in. We have a brilliant engineer who connected us with another brilliant engineer who works for this rocket company in Jersey, and they're going to help us do the more extravagant experiments, just because they have a lot of equipment and all kinds of advanced material science and things like this.
Tell me something. When it comes to this whole laser thing, and we still haven't played the trailer. I should probably play the trailer as well, but let me just. When it comes to this whole laser thing, so I've seen the laser, and it's looking like it's pretty thin. It's like what? A centimeter, maybe less than a centimeter? Or
no, you can make it wider. We managed to make it a lot wider. Yeah.
Are you able to make it like 6 inches wide?
Yeah.
You're able to make it like real wide, and then people
like
can
a grid.
Really, and people can just look at the wall like this big almost projection and see it.
Yes, sir.
That is crazy. See, I'm sober. I've been sober for almost 3 years, but that's something might pull me out of retirement. That's very, very interesting.
Well, one of the things we emphasize is that
a friend that wants to try it. Definitely.
Absolutely. You can always connect us. I can always walk them through it. But the thing is that we're also now understanding that it's very important. All of this is this is the exciting part. And like, there's a lot to understand and learn, even though the method seems to be so simple, right? Mm-hmm. But what we're now also discovering, or really reminded of very often, is like that this is made by someone.
Yes, yes.
There you go. And that's someone, and that's something. Yeah, exactly. Hold on. Let me.
Ding ding. That's so funny. Yeah, this is a very interesting breakdown that's going on here. And yeah, I hope you guys are along for the ride. I'm going to play the trailer very, very soon. I know I've been postponing it for a little while right now, but it's just because we got into the conversation. But you definitely need to see the trailer. I wish that they waited and got Eddie Bravo onto the trailer. I was just talking to the audience here. It would have been
Well,
great if
he'll be in the movie. He'll be in
Oh,
the
yeah?
movie. Yeah,
Oh,
we filmed it. He was totally cool with it. So so as the universe just gave us a nod on, yeah, it's made by someone. And so the thing that I tend to not talk about as much, because I don't expect anyone to take my word for it. Some people love trip reports. I'm not big on them because I think, like, unless somebody experienced it for themselves, it's kind of like, it's like, okay, I hear you, but
Yeah.
I don't know if it really grabs people emotionally as it would if they would experience something. So because of that, I know that what I'm personally experiencing wouldn't necessarily hold a lot of water with people. So I don't talk about it. But I do have direct communication with them. So when that happens, it's very clear. It's not confusing or, like, it's very clear what is being expressed. And what I've now noticed is that the more and more people would bring to the experiment, the more people report, they're like, oh, like, there's immediately they go like, they're saying we need to pay attention to them. I'm like, yeah. They're like, oh, like, see,
So when
it's
you
like
say
it's
them, who is them?
the
These
simulators.
the simulators. Okay, hold
They
on.
are the
Before we jump
Yeah,
into that, I want to actually play your trailer because
sure.
I think people should actually see it. Because yeah, that was the next part. Because when I first reached out to you, that was the thing you were talking about. You're talking about the simulation and everything. So I would love to dig into that. Here, let's play this first though.
Sure.
I remember things very vividly from a very young age. When I was a little kid, I actually spent a lot of time with my grandparents. My grandfather was a nuclear physicist. I remember he was telling me about black holes, and that terrified me.
I was like, that's just mind-boggling. It's a monster, right?
But at the same time, it fascinated me. And I said to myself, how do we know that? This unthinkably massive thing. I realized that nature doesn't keep secrets. It's only a matter of, do we understand? What tools can we use to expand our knowledge? And for me, dimethyltryptamine, also known as DMT, was the tool that led me to the discovery.
When I first saw the phenomenon, I was like, holy.
But then it was actually like, whoa, what is happening?
Am I losing my mind? But then I showed other people, and things kept getting weirder. Just for the record, I haven't told him anything. Okay, just tell me what you see.
Oh my God, come on. Holy. I just saw something. Yeah. What the f?
Oh, I see that. I feel it.
I've been under the influence of mind-altering substances a lot, but I've never seen anything like that. Whoa.
I showed over 100 people, and I kept asking myself, how are all of us seeing the same thing?
Oh my God. It's changing shapes right there.
The laser was revealing numbers and letters running in a pattern.
They're almost like this big here, and it looks like code.
It looked like programming code.
It's definitely saying something, and I just want to take a picture of it and translate it. Wow. You see that?
Okay, so yeah, it's not stuck.
No,
It's not because of the light.
no, it's on its own side. The light is just literally revealing it.
And each angle shows you different layers, different ways through it.
I can see through the wall. It's not like a hallucination. It has spatial awareness and permanence. I don't know. Wow.
For centuries, mankind has attempted to explore these psychedelic altered states, but we've never had a repeatable, testable phenomenon to observe until now.
Wow. I'm obsessed.
It's like you can see through the laser into another dimension.
Wow.
I mean, like, take yourself to that. Like, I just made a connection that nobody made before, which is a simple connection. The claim is, if you project a diffracted laser on the surface and you smoke DMT, you will see code writing in surfaces. Yes, like in the Matrix.
So there are a few possibilities. One,
I lost my mind, which is the coolest losing your mind ever in history.
the second option is that
This is the biggest discovery of humankind. If anybody ever asked themselves what it would be like to know you live in the Matrix for sure, well, I know for sure. I'm convinced.
So where do we go from here? All I know is it's about to get crazy.
Okay. Real quick, washroom break. I'm gonna come right back.
You got it, brother. I'll do the same. I forgot that I made myself this beautiful coffee. There you go.
There
Perfect.
you go. Perfect. Second wind. Perfect. Forgot the
Yeah,
coffee.
no, I didn't get the first win. I forgot that I didn't drink it. So perfect.
So, all right. So let's jump in. We just watched the trailer. Yeah, trailer's amazing, by the way. Really well made.
Aaron Vanden, shout out to he's a master of his craft. He did this in 3 days. He shot a couple of things with me talking. He recreated the rest of it with himself in his garage. He is an absolute master. So you can only imagine what we now have with a full budget for a film. He's so good at what he does. It's unbelievable. Yeah.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Aaron, what was his last name?
Vanden, Vanden.
Aaron Vanden. Man, I
Yeah.
might have to actually sit and talk to him as well. I would love to know about.
Absolutely. He also has the perfect radio voice, bro. Like I
does he?
managed to drag him. He usually doesn't like the interview thing, but I dragged him into a podcast and I'm like, bro, you have the perfect radio voice. It's crazy. Like it's like deep and rumbling. It's perfect.
Yeah, the perfect people never want to be a part of it. It's always weirdos like me that just jump in and never look back.
No, wait, there's room for everybody. Let's not sell ourselves short. There's no question in my mind that without people like Aaron, who just understands the subtleties, he feels very strongly. There's no way that all the people that are more like they like to be in the front and kind of talk about it. It's like there's no way we can ever look as good without people in the back doing that thing. There's this beautiful co-creation that happens all the time.
Yeah, there's actually a film idea, not a film really, but it's like a show idea, and I want Mike Plaster to be a part of it because the way that he thinks and the way that we connect, I would love for him to be behind the camera while I execute this show idea that I have. But
he brings magic.
Yeah.
Plaster brings magic. Love you, Plaster. Yeah,
but
man. So I appreciate it. I appreciate you playing it. It'll be ready by the end of the year. Should be ready. Yeah.
End of the year. That's cool. As soon as that's out there, I mean, you can come here. I hope by then Rogan has gotten wind of you and you're on Rogan. I'm gonna be honest.
I know. No, Rogan knows about it. Even Eddie told me that there was some
on the show.
Yeah, and there was some blurbs. He said that Joe wanted to try it, the laser, but I'll be honest. Like I'm not like it's not weird. People always say like, isn't it weird that Joe still didn't reach out? I'm like, no. Do you understand how busy Joe is? Are you
Yeah,
crazy?
of course.
It's like he has a list from here to Kingdom Come. It's like whenever
Yeah.
it's relevant, it will happen. Yeah. So we'll see.
Yeah. He literally has so many engagements and companies, and Spotify is like a $500 million venture, so he can't just be like, oh, I'm just taking time off, I'm gonna go to this laser thing. Like he has to really plan his days out before he just bounces. So but I do think it will happen because it's very interesting, and if he gets wind of your channel and he starts watching it and everything, like I wouldn't see why not have you on the show. But also I was gonna ask if he was interested in doing it, because it seems like something that would be right up his alley to experience that and talk about that a little bit.
There's something, yeah. There's something that I think I'm identifying, and it might be. I'll be the first one to admit it. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. It's possible, but there's this intuition that I have because I've interacted with enough people now seeing it.
Mhm.
So let's see how I go about it without sounding too convoluted. There's something that happens to people when they really find out, but they didn't expect to. So very often, people believe that they like to believe something.
Yeah.
But if they would encounter it, they don't even realize that when they actually encounter it, they're like, they recoil. They're like, they didn't expect that to happen. They like the belief part of it.
Yeah.
So very often what happens is that people talk around things. It's a lot easier to talk about UAPs from somebody who says something about it over there,
Of course.
versus something that actually happens to you, right?
Yes, of course.
And so because when you're talking about it over there, it's like entertainment, it's like fun, it's like let's explore, it's like all these ideas, let's think outside the box, all of that stuff.
Surface versus actually shaking you at your core.
Actual the thing. And I think that Joe is so one of Joe's geniuses that I've definitely identified in him. And I don't even think you need to look that deeply. He is very intuitive.
Yeah.
He is very intuitive. Like that's why he's so good at what he does, right? Because he sees the smallest nuances of a conversation, of what happens to people, where they're coming from. His bull detector is like off the charts, right? So I think that the thing that I'm saying that I might be reading too much into it, but I think there's something there. I think Joe realizes that this is for real. And I think this is why he's being a little bit more like, okay, if we're going there, that means we're really going there. And that I feel creates a little bit of you know what I mean? Like there's a thing that happens when people see it, like with the reactions that you see, even if people are totally on board, they're like, yeah, totally, like they believe in all this stuff and they're totally on board. The second they see it, like all of that just drops. They just go like, what? Like they didn't expect to see it.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, sure. And also it's like you have to also think like the way you were saying you don't have like a day for like, he's like, okay, I'm gonna see something, it's gonna maybe shake up my world. I probably need like a little bit of a span. Like you were talking about integration, right? A lot of people don't know about integration afterwards. You have to integrate an experience like that. Even without the laser and the code and everything, you step into that realm, you have to get integrated after, you have to process what's just happened. There's steps to it if you want to be, do it properly and approach it with a lot of reverence, which, I always have. And I think it's better to do it that way instead of just like frivolously. So he's probably looking at it that way too. It's like, when am I going to actually have 3 days to take in what I just saw? Because honestly, in regards to it being for real, Eddie has for sure told him. I mean, Eddie brought it up on the show. I'm sure they've talked privately. So I'm sure he understands. Also, he knows Chase Hughes, and I feel like Chase Hughes went and saw you as well. I'm pretty sure. I think he brought it up on the show.
Before he was on the show, yeah. Chase, that's the clip they played on the show too, after Chase was already on Joe's show. Chase flew me to his house to literally show him the thing.
Wow.
Yeah, because he said that's also another thing. Like Chase is, his job is to pay attention to irregularities in behavior, and he said he watched my trailer like 30 times, and he said I couldn't find one tell in anybody in that show. He said, I don't know what this is, but I know nobody's faking it here. So whatever is in there, I need to know what they're looking at. So he literally flew me to his house to see it.
What was his reaction after he was done with it?
I have a reaction video of Chase seeing it on my channel. People can find it. It's just Chase Hughes reacting to the thing, and it was very interesting.
I'd like to
Yeah.
know from like your perspective, like what was that like after for him?
Like for a lot of people, he was to some degree shook, but also at the same time, Chase is a very interesting person. Let's just start there. He is a lot more than people realize, and I hope he wouldn't mind me saying such a thing because I'm saying it in the most positive way possible. But what I identified in him is that he has this quality of carrying the world on his shoulders, but he would never show it. Like he truly is kind of like Atlas holding the world, and combined with the condition that he has constantly have to like make sure that it doesn't slide back into. He saw the crack in between. You know, he told me like I could see it. Literally felt like I'm falling in between the crack of the game. Like it's just like I'm in between. So he was very interested in the simulation idea from there as well. But when he saw it, he did just like you said, he didn't take it lightly.
Yeah.
He just very, very much stays on the scientific side of like, there's no question in my mind that what I'm looking at is real. What that is, I don't have the first clue, and we're in the same boat. I'm just a little bit more cavalier about saying things more explicitly, just because I'm engaged in trying to bring more people into the forefront of investigation. But I agree, we don't know the first clue about what that actually is. So his response was basically kind of, there's definitely a shock there. There's a lot of fascination, and okay, now what to do with it? I don't know. He had all kinds of ideas of like playing with it. He has a very scientific mind, but also just like Joe, Chase is also very, very busy. So there's, you still have to run the house and the business and everything else. So yeah, but he definitely had. I love that he did the because I immediately saw that like he really looks like I forget his name, but the actor from the one that played her father, Jodie Foster's father from Contact. And he probably got it before because he could literally memorize the speech from memory. I was like, if you do the speech right now, that would be perfect. And he just nailed the speech. Yeah.
Wow. Well, he's very good linguistically and psychologically. Like he has a lot of tools that regular people don't have that way,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's a very deep person. It's really funny to me. Like, the more you get, the more known you become, obviously you have more and more detractors, right? So obviously you also see sometimes online people like, constantly saying negative things about everybody and including about Chase. And I'm watching this. I'm like, dude, it's so funny to me, like how easily people judge, you know what I mean? Without knowing anything. It's crazy.
Yeah. That is a very interesting thing. I mean, you're going based on a video. I've had it happen to me. I've put out, 2,000 videos. Yeah. Somebody's going based like 20, they're going based on like 20 minutes that they've seen of me. And, it's just like, it's so interesting to see exactly what you said, how quick people are to judge. But, I get it. What else are you going on? It's not like you can be like, well, I'm not sure about you, so come over to my house for dinner. It's like that can't happen with, millions of viewers that are checking out your channel every month. So they have nothing else to go on. So we just kind of do that, I
guess it stands out to me because it's so not. It's after you meet a person, you're like, you have a much bigger impression of it. He's such a positive person, and it's like the way that people usually just project. It's kind of funny to watch. I just an interesting phenomenon to me, like in general, like how people,
especially when they know what you're involved with. Like in terms of Chases, like there's this government aspect, there's this psychological aspect, like, so right away, if you're a part of a certain ideology, you're going to be like, that's the bad guy. That's the bad guy that puts things in my head via TV and social media and like all this stuff, so,
But I guess that what to me, we don't, this is like a completely separate conversation, obviously, but it is interesting to me. I think it has to do, this is the projection, right? So like if I feel like the more the more you live, the more it becomes super clear that anybody who identifies too much of it out there, it's exactly the degree to which they're not aware in it inside of themselves. Because if you understand, if you actually pay attention to how, you know, how much you misbehave in your life, because all of us do that here and there, right? Then it becomes a lot harder to judge others. It's like the more you do that, it's very clear that people are not aware, like criticizing this and this and this and this, but they don't realize that if there would be a camera on them every day, they would look like the worst person in the world. There's just nobody cares. Nobody's looking at you. So it's like that's really you have the grace of not being paid attention to.
True. That's a very good way of putting it. Very good way of putting it. Yeah, so I know I've learned to just kind of look past that stuff. I still like engage from time to time, but like I get it, and Joe talks about it all the time. Some of these people are bots, in terms of online interaction. But then also, and I actually wanted to talk to you about this, I'm wondering when it comes to the simulation. So now we're stepping into the simulation conversation. I want to know how you got into it, but also one of my questions was, are some people bots the same way we experience online? Is everybody connected to their own, or some people just playing an NPC role within yours? Like, how does that work in your mind?
Essentially the second part. So like what I've discerned so far is that you are completely alone in your universe. I think I spoke about this on Eddie's podcast. And I'm completely alone in my universe. So we have our sandboxes. And it's designed this way so we don't actually hurt anybody. But there is this one channel, which sounds a little bit, pulled out of some kind of a religious allegory, but it does seem to be the way it's working. So you have one channel where if you fully immersed in that channel, it's almost like a secure channel. So when the system identifies that you're in that channel, it would open the door to actual other conscious agents. So then you would be transported into a shared space with another conscious agent that isn't an NPC. And that is the channel of love. So when you fully immersed in love, you actually are. So it's almost like, so think about it this way. In your sandbox, there's a representation of me.
Mm-hmm.
That representation is pretty accurate. So it took the average of all my interactions in my own personal sandbox. So it gives you a pretty close representation of what would happen if you would say this or that to me, and vice versa. So it is communicating in that way through the mainframe. But if we truly enter the channel of love, and I don't mean just like infatuation or sexual attraction. I'm talking about like actual, like the ultimate kind of love.
Mm-hmm.
Then if both sides enter that space, then it would literally put you in a shared space, which is why when people, for example, fall in love and there's this feeling of like, oh, we're alone in the world, that's because you are. You're literally the only two conscious agents right now. That's why it feels this way. It feels different because you're in the presence of an actual direct communication with another conscious agent. Now, this does not mean that you can run around, do whatever you want. I mean, you can, but there's order to things. Karma is real. Right, so like the system registers what you're doing, and it will place you in accordingly to what makes sense to you. Right, so you still want to behave, so to speak.
Yeah.
But the thing there is that to me, the simulation theory. You asked me how I got into it. I couldn't care less about it. This is the funny part that when people say to me, they think, "Oh, you're just trying to match like an idea you like." It's not about like or don't like. I don't care. I never cared. So it's like The Matrix is one of the best films ever made, but it's just the film. The idea of the simulation, which is very old, it's not new, right? It goes as far as human thought, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Older iterations of this as the allegory of the cave. That's the Matrix, right?
Mm-hmm.
More recent ideas came from more modern ideas from quantum physics and things like this. Many worlds interpretations. And Nick Bostrom, who is the guy who wrote the famous white paper that, which is what Elon Musk always quotes, which is that, all you need to know that we're in a simulation for sure is that you just run forward the things we already know to be true, which is that computation is possible, simulating is possible, graphics gets better every year, We know this for a fact. The pace of it doesn't matter whatsoever. People sometimes quote Moore's law as if it's important. It's not. You can wait a million years. Who cares? Eventually it will happen. You will get to a point where it will be indistinguishable from regular life, and not just the visual channel. You will understand the brain. You will mimic all the other channels you're experiencing. There'll be no way to determine whether you're seeing something that is rendered or something that is kind of base reality. And then, if that's the case, and for sure it's happening, then all you gotta ask is, what are the chances that we're the first one to ever do it? The chances of that are basically zero, right?
Yeah.
So then, of course, you're more likely to be in a simulated world than base world. What I'm adding on top of it is that there is no base world. It's what it is that it's the matrix upside down. It's that the computational space is the real world. What we're experiencing is what we call our world is actually a subset. It's actually less real. It's almost like one slice of the larger computational space. It's one sliver which you can call one simulation.
Space.
Mhm.
What is that? Is that just the code and the that type of stuff just out there? Like, what do you mean by that?
Good question. It's a space that behaves according to computational laws, not the physical laws that we have. So it takes a little bit of interaction with what computation is to see it clearly. But we didn't invent computation. We discovered computation. So computation is not arising from any law of physics. There's no arrangement of the laws of physics that because of that you can say this is why computation is possible. Computation, you can define it in terms of like sending signals in this binary way that produces the ability to send signals, what we call compute, but it's basically executing. See, this is where the language kind of breaks down because you have to refer to the thing in order to talk about it. But it's a different rule space. So one way to illustrate it is this: if you had enough time, you could create the same computation that you would be doing in a computer with the waves of the ocean. You could send signals through the waves of the ocean as long as you have any binary. So wave, it's a binary, right? Up, down, up, down, up, down. As long as you have that in a particular arrangement, you can send a computational signal from one shore to the other shore. It's just going to take forever. But the fact that that's possible is not arising from any law of physics. It is a law of physics. Computation is a law of physics. It's always instantiated in physical matter, but it is, for all intents and purposes, another law of physics.
Okay,
So
so it's like a recognized one, but you're, for like the sake of this, like you're breaking it
no, it
down.
is a recognized one. No, it's absolutely a recognized one. Yeah, absolutely. It's a matter of like, now you're going to have debates between physicists of exactly what the arrangement is. So that some physicists would say, well, no, computation ultimately is a physical phenomena. Like it has to happen physically. This is where you start splitting hairs because it's kind of like saying what your brain is doing is what your consciousness is, which of course it isn't. Like the crackling in the brain is how the computation of what you experience as consciousness is represented in a physical brain, but it's not your experience of it. It's not the experience of green and taste and smells, right? So they're not the same thing. So in the same way, you can say the computation always has to be instantiated in matter to matter, but what it is in its essence is not physical. It's the fact that it is possible. That function of computation is not something that arises from the laws of physics. It is something you can run on top of the laws of physics. So what my suggestion is that there's a larger computational space that would encompass all kinds of worlds, including ours, but also others. Would maybe sometimes it can render other laws of physics. It's a lot more free range. It can do a lot more. This is, by the way, why when we discovered how to utilize computational signals, we can now do things that are way more advanced than anything we would ever be able to do if we would just try and manipulate physical matter. Because computation is a higher order function. It's a more universal function because you can simulate. It's easy to illustrate by the fact that you can basically simulate any laws of physics we understand plus some. you can invent laws of physics to run with it and see what happens. So it shows you that computation has this power. Now, it's kind of hard to get to the core of it, and this is why it requires a little bit of interaction with it to really get the intuition for it. But the fact that you're producing content on a screen that mimics the content we see in front of our eyes is just one form of computing something, right? But you're sending a signal that gives information of validity, and then you have to talk about the thing that processes that information, which is the mind, like our own. But for all intents and purposes, if you ask, like, there's a whole branch of physics called information physics, which studies the universe from the perspective of it being a computational system. That's not some, adjacent field of physics. What you will find a lot of argument around in the physics community is whether or not it is the fundamental thing, or is it also rising within our world. But nobody is under any illusion that computation is some kind of a fundamental property of the world. So to bring it back to my experience with it, I thought personally that the simulation hypothesis, let's call it, is extremely boring. It's boring. Well, I'll tell you why. Because I like when things are neat. In physics, it's really nice that you can kind of bring everything down to like an equation that kind of tells you how everything happens according to this really beautiful simplicity. I think that there's something divine about that.
Mm-hmm.
If you postulate that the world is simulated, you're essentially getting to this like very, very beautiful thing. And then from that point on, you just throw it all away. Because you say, hey, now I have no idea why they simulated the laws of physics for what they were. Maybe it's just some child in a basement and just on a whim decided that those are the laws of physics. Kind of makes things messy and ugly and uninteresting and unapproachable. It opens an infinite window of possibility after you did all the possible work. So it's like, who cares? There was a famous conversation where Neil deGrasse Tyson was on stage and Lisa Randall, it's going to keep happening. Lisa Randall, who's a really famous physicist, and the guy that everybody are quoting, James Gates, the guy who discovered the error correcting codes, Adinkras and all that stuff. And they were talking about this. And Lisa Randall said something that sounds disparaging, but I'm fully in that camp. She looked at everybody after they were talking about the simulation thing, and she said, "Who cares?" And I'm squarely in that camp. Who cares? If we're never going to be able to interact with it, why are you even bothering with it? Let's talk about our laws of physics and what we can measure, right?
But then when you say that, aren't you trying to interact with it through this experiment?
No, so what I'm saying is that was my position before I started having all of these experiences. But then I was forced to change my song, to change my tune. I was forced to do that. It's actually, it's so the opposite of what people think. I couldn't care less about that. It was if you would ask me, hey Danny, what would be your favorite answer at the back of the Book of Nature? Like if you would have to pick which one it is, I'd be like, oh, I don't know, like some kind of a beautiful, like infinite object that just kind of gave rise to the ultimate function that gave rise to all the possibilities and all the like something really extravagant, but simplicity. Like ultimately, it's simplicity, right? The last thing I would pick is simulation, and yet I was basically, when I was faced with this information, they started showing me that they're literally simulating this space. I was like, I couldn't accept it. For like a year plus, they were showing me again and again all kinds of things, giving me hints.
You mean the what you call the simulators, yeah?
The simulators, yes.
Okay.
And they started manifesting themselves more and more clearly to me in their actual form. And they started showing me all these like hints that were kind of being simulated. And every time I was like, nah, like why would you show me this, right? and then eventually when I discovered the laser and started talking about it, they just showed me. They just straight up showed me how they're doing it. They're like stripped everything to a grid, showed me exactly how they manufactured the objects, like everything. And I was just standing there, I was just like so confused. And there's definitely a gutting feeling to it. So there's like an emptiness that happens in the first instance when you encounter that, because there's the difference between believing it and knowing it. And in that instance, I just knew it, right? And there is this gut punch that you get. You're like, just like this emptiness and meaninglessness and just like, so I'm a puppet? Like, like none of this matters. And then slowly I start to understand, is like, no, that is the growing pains that you have to go through to understand that you're part of a larger thing. But no, you're not meaningless, and the everything that happens to you is part of the ultimate plan. But you are part of a larger picture, and that was made very clear to me. And it's true, by the way, just to offer the olive branch to all the people who are screaming and tearing their heads, like, oh no, I have a better model, I have a better model. Like, I'm sure you do, and don't get me wrong, the actual picture, without a doubt, is way more complex than any one of us can currently comprehend. That's true. However, the closest thing to what it really is on our layer of emergence is that it is just computationally simulated. Yes, it's more than that. Yeah.
In our reality.
The what? Say it again.
When you say our layer of emergence, you mean our reality.
Our reality, but again, it's part of a larger reality. And I'm constantly interested in the ultimate picture. So for me, that's the interest. Just like Elon said, if he could get one answer from AGI, he would ask what's outside of the simulation. Well, that's what I'm interested in as well. And they're showing us that there's the larger space. We're about to wake up to the larger reality, but there's certain things that need to be in place for that to be allowed, for us to be allowed to enter that space.
So for us to be allowed, but what currently, do you have any idea? Because that is the ultimate question when we talk about simulation theory. What is outside of it? You're saying that you're talking to simulators. Are they giving you any clues to what's outside of the simulation at all?
The best I can discern so far is that it's infinite layers of simulations, and every layer has a management company that manages the simulation beneath. So it's almost like the ultimate, pyramid.
You know what that's
go ahead.
Do in because
Herbalife? No.
Yeah, Bernie Madoff's at the top of the simulation. But when I was deeper into spirituality and chakras, and I was delving very deep as I was like finding myself when I was younger. And one thing that people talk about is the realms of here you're in the physical, and then the next one would be you're ascended, but then there's ones above that, and then at the top would be what's considered source or God or whatever you want to call it there. And every time we are in this, let's say, simulation, let's say realm, if we learn everything we're supposed to know, then we would be allowed to go to the next one. And if from there you would learn everything possible there, you would go to the next one and you'd become ascended, like to the top, let's just say, where you connect with source. And if you don't learn all the lessons here, you repeat it. So it's funny that as we're talking about this simulation, it actually very much mirrors what I've learned in spirituality. And then also when you read the Bible does, and I know some people are going to hate me for butchering it, but it does speak of two heavens. It speaks of like layers, let's just say, for simplification. And it talks about one that's above and then one that's above that. And obviously it doesn't talk about more being above that I know of. Someone can correct me out there. I'm sure you will. But yeah, it's just interesting how all those things tend to touch on something very similar.
Yeah. What this kind of brings me to a realization that is constantly growing in me. It's something that I call horizon of relevance, which is that there's a certain level beyond which your perception of what it is, even if being very accurate, simply produces either no relevance to what you will ever should care about, or even diminishing returns. So it's almost like beyond a certain point, you're too bamboozled by the amount of information that prevents you from actually taking the steps along the path that you're supposed to take to get to move along with whatever the plan is doing.
Yeah.
And in fact, there's some technical reasons for that in terms of computational abilities and all that stuff. But this is where people have to ask themselves the question, why do I care? Because I think most people never think about that. If what you're doing is just intellectual, entertainment, philosophy, wonderful. Go ham. Go like, okay, but what's beyond that? It's like, great, do it. It's awesome. But if it starts bending your mind into itself, into, you know, depression, like if it starts bending you backwards in ways that are very uncomfortable,
Get lost in the
let it,
sauce, as the kids say.
yeah, let it go. Like it's not for, like, if you're enjoying it, by all means. But if you're saying, I want to discern everything that is true, great, wonderful project. I see myself as something who's doing that. But I'm under no impression that this is something that most people want to do. So I don't bother anybody with that. I'm doing my own personal thing, and I'm thinking about it in these ways. If I'm asked, I might answer about it. But I know the horizon of relevance of that for me, and I know the line. I know that if I'm in a particular mood, that's not the kind of stuff I'm going to be engaging with today, because I can't handle the breadth of what I'm interacting with.
Mm-hmm.
If, however, which I believe is the case for most people, the horizon of relevance has to do with living the good life, or just being at peace, or just being surrounded by more pleasant events in your life, pick your horizon of relevance, but be aware that that's what you're doing. And then sometimes people get into these like big arguments about things simply because they're coming at it from a completely different horizon of relevance. They're not having the same conversation. Some people, for them, the reality of Jesus is important because they believe in salvation, and they believe that if they don't do the right things, there's going to be a price. And for them, that's the thing that matters more than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And it's understandable if they believe that fully, right? So then that's not the same kind of attitude and conversation that you have with somebody who's just thinking, again, it's going to keep happening, from the perspective of a philosopher who just wants to go to the craziest thought possible, right? What is the most ultimate thing you can postulate? That's a different kind of conversation. So you will never be able to bridge that gap unless you're aware that you're doing a different thing, even though it seems like you're talking about the same thing. If you're talking about the nature of reality from the perspective of what's true about God, and it's the only perspective you can hold, you're never going to be able to have a conversation from that way of saying things with someone who's interested in, discovering all the technical stuff about the universe. And recognizing that, I think, is important.
Yeah. There's different layers to that, to what you're saying. Like I've positioned it on the show, there's, you could talk about, I always say, like, there's the tinfoil realm, and then there's like the regular person realm. So you can go into all these theories, and this happened, and they're doing this, and there's lizard people, and you can go into that realm. But I always tell people, like, don't live there. Some people are comfortable living there. They love it. They just go in, but I say don't live there, and you can shift back to the regular world. And honestly, there's some people who don't even want to shift to conspiracy land or anything like that. And they just, why would I even get to the point of questioning it? You're saying, like, looking for everything that's true. Some people don't even want to delve that deep. They kind of just want to have family. And, that's pretty much it. They're just looking for a very simple view. But when we talk about the simulation, where were we in that? Because you were saying you were at a point where you didn't care. You were forced to actually accept it. So from there, now we've gone from not caring to talking with simulators. Okay. And then where does that put you in terms of the simulation? Like what's the purpose of it? Are you figuring out the purpose of it? What have they divulged to you? Like, you know what I mean? Like, where are you?
So there seems to be layers, right? And it seems that if I have to guess what the simulation in full is doing, like the full picture of everything, it's trying to understand it. It seems that the one thing that no one in existence knows, and I'm gonna say right away, I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to be, provocative. I'm not trying to make anybody uncomfortable. I'm just answering my perspective. Okay. So to my mind, what seems to be going on is the one thing that no one in existence knows, including God, is why everything exists. Including God is why everything exists. Okay.
Well,
it's the one question.
Positioning God as the creator of everything.
It is the thing beyond which there is no witcher. It's the thing that's the ultimate thing. It is the ultimate point beyond which nothing can ever be said about. right?
No wood here. I like that.
Yeah. So when you think about, so I always try it takes a little bit of outlining, but not too much. So if you think about what the perfect sphere is, the perfect sphere is a sphere that every single point on each side of it points exactly at the direction of the opposite point of it, which means it contains all the opposites of itself. But this quality of containing all the opposites of itself is, it looks this way in a geometric shape, like a sphere. It's instantiated this way in the shape of a sphere, because the definition of a sphere is that. So according to this definition, the opposites like balancing each other out perfectly is the definition of a perfect sphere.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm claiming that this quality of containing all the opposites of itself runs through everything depending on your definition. So if you're going to be defining the ultimate perfect object, which is what most people believe God to be, or some people would not be comfortable calling it an object, the ultimate thing,
Mm-hmm.
then by definition, it would have to contain all the opposites of itself. In other words, it will nullify its own existence. It would not occur. So the only way for something to actually matter, to actually occur, you have to have at least one tiny thing missing, just like that game with the numbers that you have to have one number missing to arrange them, right? If you have all the numbers, you can't move anything. So the one thing that God would be missing to be perfect is to know why. It's the one blind spot.
One thing he would be missing to be perfect is to know
Is
why.
to know why. And essentially what I see that all this, the ultimate simulation is doing, it's essentially God posing the question, and existence is the answer collecting itself. What the simulation is answering the ultimate question.
That's interesting. Have you ever seen that? You're bringing that up. Have you ever seen the video, The Egg?
Yeah.
Where
But
they're
that's just one layer within the ultimate simulation. I'm talking about, so when in the egg, in Kurzgesagt, when they open the thing and it says, oh, but what's there? And it says, well, I could tell you, but you won't be able to understand, right?
Yeah.
You remember that part?
Yeah, I should tell people just the egg is basically there's this being and they're kind of confused as to what's going on, and it's revealed that they're this godlike being and they're reliving all these lives constantly because they need to learn all these lessons so they can be what the person, I guess the simulator you could even say, or the godlike being is saying, so you can become one of us. Like you have to go through all of this. And that's what
I'm your parent. Yeah,
Yeah,
God is your parent, and you're the
Yeah.
only one in existence with God, basically.
Yeah, and every time you go down, you forget, but then you come back here and you kind of remember, you're a little foggy, and then you have to go back down. So yeah. Just sorry, I just had to explain that for anybody.
No, perfect. But that maps on perfectly on what I'm saying, which is you're alone in your simulation. You're being trained to be birthed into this whatever other space, and this simulation is basically training you to have all the right blows and whistles to be able to survive in that space, just like in an egg, right? So then, but what I'm talking about, if we're using the egg as an illustration, is we're talking about beyond that. So we're talking about like even the space in which all the gods live, that's still another layer within the ultimate simulation. Like there is an overarching unified one that contains the entire thing.
Yes.
And that is the thing that asks the question. Yeah.
Okay.
So that would be.
Yeah. That's when I was talking about like the layers, like the different realms as you know, quote unquote graduate. So yeah, okay, that tracks with everything we're talking about here.
And then you're basically asking the question. And then because I have some training in meditation, I can tell you that there's different modalities that we can take that seem to be equally as valid in terms of the kind of attitude that God might want to take, or the strategy that God might want to utilize, given the fact that it is infinite forever. So if you discover that you're this infinite being that can do anything and you're there forever, and the one thing you don't know is why you're there, almost as if on purpose, the ultimate cosmic joke, right?
Mm-hmm.
The two strategies that are the most There you go, balloons. The two strategies that are the most, this is great. The two strategies that are the most possible to yield fruit are one, well, let's play the game of trying to figure it out. Should I just stop moving my hand? Come on, man. Come on, OS. So I like talking about, yeah, it's rooting me on. Balloons, and it's awesome. The doorbell was great. So the first strategy is, can we answer the question? It's a fun game. Let's play it. It seems to be unanswerable. What a wonderful journey to try and figure out something that on the surface of it seems to be unfigure-outable. I mean, that's the ultimate puzzle. Ooh, let's go. That's one, right? The other one is, let it go. It doesn't matter. Maybe the test is, can you just let it go? And that is the much more Eastern, like, diffusion, right? Nirvana. And if you think about it, the only other strategy aside from answering the question, which is fascinating, but it's content driven. The only attitude that makes sense is, like, if you know you're going to be there forever, you might want to hone the skill of being able to just be forever in love, which is essentially what monks are training to do. So it's almost like God is training through every conscious unit to play both games, both trying to figure it out, the why wiggle, and then the other one, which is the diffusion, which is like, and both are being played at the same time, and they're emanating through all the different worlds. And I still maintain, and maybe this is just my crazy brain, but I still maintain that maybe there's some kind of an omega point where they both converge. That the knowing and the letting go, they're one and the same. It's almost like this infinite moment.
I was gonna say, like, you bring up other worlds. I haven't even got to that point. I'm still focusing on Earth. But in death and as you get older, they do converge. They do come together. Where you have tried to scramble enough, so much, and you just get to a point where you're just letting go. And you know, even like I say, when you get old, but like right up until the point of passing, like when you are on your deathbed, you pretty much let go. You're not trying to figure it out. You know, some people even say, you know, Steve Jobs, you know, I'm not taking the medicine. I'll try vegan, and that's about it. That's all I'll do. Some people really just go, I'm gonna let go. Like, you know, like I've heard older people who are like 90, 95, they're like, I've been here long enough. This is fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
And at that point, it's kind of like both have come together. I tried figuring it out and scrambling when I was 10 years old, and 20 and 30 and 40 and 50. And now I'm 90 and there's nothing to figure out. Like, I'm done. And that's it. And then you let go. And then obviously I don't know this for sure, but then it's almost like Jordan Peterson talks about this, threading the needle, sacrificing, getting rid of all the things you could be, forcing yourself through a needle to be the one thing. And then on the other side of that, all the possibilities open up again. And that comes to the egg point that we were talking about, where at that point, you would get to know. You would get to know to a certain degree, perhaps, depending on how these layers and realms work. But once you pass away from here, you get to know.
You remember more. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. It's just that one thing I would add to that is, most likely it's no longer you.
It's not this. It's not the Colin. It's the.
Well, it's not even the thing you recognize yourself to be. It's some kind of a.
That's what I mean. Yeah, it's the.
Yeah, it's part of like a unified something that we can't even comprehend. And I think this is, so first of all, everything you said, I fully agree with.
We always call it. That's what we all
call it. The what?
The soul, because we can't. You know, there's no.
Yeah.
It's.
Yeah. Which is what they're also talking about in the egg, basically. But I think that ultimately it seems like we're being trained for this moment, exactly like you're saying, to let go. Because it's almost like your agency, as elusive as it is, it still has a validity. It has a fractal representation that. So, you know, we even in the Bible it says we're made in the image of God. So if you think of reality as a fractal, every part of the fractal resembles the smaller pieces of the fractal, right? So then what you do, there's a fractal version of that. There's a larger version of that instance that you've executed. So if you can execute that moment perfectly, the system must have some larger representation of that. That's the different layers. So like if you can truly let go as a person, you either will create or you're vibrating like tuning forks in the same kind of instantiation of that sentiment, let's call it, of existence itself. Like the existence has a version of letting go, which we all we can emanate in different forms. It's almost like and it seems that the core component there is what we colloquially call choice. Like the thing we experience is choosing is actually the same thing in its essence that ultimately caused the world to be. Like the ultimate choice is existence's choice to be versus not to be. That's kind of like the punchline at the end, which is like that thing that you do all the time that you have no idea how it happens, even though you have a story about it. But of course, the story doesn't match onto what's actually going on. So, what you have an idea of what it's like to feel when you made a choice and then this happens, right? Versus this other thing. Well, reality had this fork in the road too in the beginning, and we're just gonna take this as truth. We're just gonna take it as truth. Yeah, like balloons means truth. Yeah. So reality also had that fork in the road in the beginning, and it took one, but because it's outside of the ability of reality itself to inspect itself, it is the ultimate. Otherwise, everything would be kind of infinitely boring because it would just know everything in advance, and it just falls apart in terms of existence.
True.
But I agree with you. I think that this is what I meant by event of horizon of relevance, because when you get to a certain point, there's things that energize us, right? So up to a certain point, you talk about these things and they're like, ooh, exciting. And then you're like, okay, but what do I do with that? So I think that question still needs to always come along for the ride, which is, okay, what do I do with that? Does that make you live a better life? Does it make you kinder to other people? Do you feel better throughout the day by entertaining these things? If the answer to any of these questions is no, maybe try a different strategy. It's like, to me, that part is also very important. Like what do these things actually do in our lives that make ours and our loved ones' lives better?
Yeah. What brings the best version of yourself forward? Definitely. I think, that's something, right? These are like deep topics, but I think that's something that a lot of people, they can't actually, well, I shouldn't say can't, but I don't know whether it's, maybe I'll say conditioned. They just feel like they can't step into those things. They do the things that really they wouldn't be doing if they didn't have to. And I think, I use the term soul. I think that is an erosion of the soul. I think, we can talk about it in simulation terms, but I always say that we have a soul, and then we have a spirit, and then we have our higher selves. And maybe this higher self is outside the simulation. And your soul, maybe it's like a joystick, if you want to think about it like a simulation. And then the spirit is like the cord to you, and you're being controlled. And, when you go against what the higher self knows you to be and has put you in the game for, so to speak, if we talk about it like game theory, your life always seems to be harder, always seems to feel harder, always seems to drag more when you go against what you know. Because I say it all the time, everybody knows the things that they would do and wouldn't do. They know. Like, you can ask them right away what you would do if, like Alan Watts says, if money was no object, everybody knows the thing they would do, and they would just run out and go do it. But that's not the setup that we have. So many people go against what the higher self wants, and it like erodes them slowly throughout life. And it's sad. It's sad to see in a lot of people.
Do you believe in God?
Yeah, definitely.
Is it something you feel, or is it something that just makes sense to you?
Oh man, it's something I feel. I've always felt something. I never had any religion before, but it was always something that I felt was real. And then as I got older and I needed needed God. I needed God's help. Things started happening. Like I remember, I'm Christian, right? And I remember the first time I prayed on my knees. The first time I actually talked to God, because I'm like you, I'm very into meditation. From the time I was young, I learned to meditate, hour in the morning, an hour at night, and do the dragon's breath and like all sorts of different things. I was really into Buddhism, Hinduism, and stuff. But the first time I got on my knees and I prayed to God, um, the thing that I asked for happened the next day. Now, I say I prayed to God. We're talking about simulation theory. Did I click into the simulators? Did I talk directly to God's source through all the realms that I punched through that one time? I don't know, but I was immediately responded to. And ever since then, it was always a belief. It just made sense, like you said. But at that point, I felt it. I felt it in my heart, in my soul. And so it's evolved over time. I was kind of like you with the simulation. It's like, yeah, God's real, but who cares? He's not doing anything for me. I'm poor. I'm broke. I don't have anything. I got dead end jobs. I'm like, who cares about this guy? But when it actually touched my life, it became much different for me. My belief.
To be clear, in my model, God is definitely above the simulator. So the simulators, they're more like management companies.
Yeah.
But they're kind of managing the layers, and we're about to become another management company. This is why we're being tested. But God is, it would be what you would imagine it to be: source, like the emanating light of everything, the central column. Because you're a Christian, I'm actually more in the habit of now talking to Christians, and I recently had a really nice conversations with the head of a congregation, and
cool.
His name is Justin. I don't know. He's here. It's non-denominational, but he super nice guy, obviously. And we talked a little bit about this, and so it seems that a lot of the concepts that I'm observing in the hyperspace, they map on to what Christians believe. And I'm always verifying, because it's not always clear. Like this idea that God is basically, it is the thing. Oh, it's the central spine, the central column you want to arrange yourself around or towards, that leads you to, like, if you just stay on this track, reality has all kinds of neighborhoods.
Yes.
You want to stay towards the good neighborhood, just stay here. This is a good model.
Yeah.
Trust me, kind of thing, and it really makes sense to me that basically, to put it crudely, hell is basically all the purviews of reality outside of God's inspection. So that's kind of like the last place you want to be in, right? Like outside of God's attention. That's the outside of God's light. That maps on perfectly. In an infinite reality, you can have all kinds of things, and there will be this arranging central principle that if you just stick with it, reality can trust you, and therefore it can bring you into the collaborative project of everything that exists.
Yeah,
matches on perfect. Yeah.
That's really cool. Have you ever thought about, like, I love everybody knows that. Love Rogan, and he had one episode with someone named Rizwan Virk, and he's into.
I spoke to Rizwan.
Did you really?
Yeah, we were friends. We had a few conversations. I'm probably gonna bring him to my. I'm starting a new show.
Yeah.
There's gonna be specifically aligned. I'm still gonna have my Dango Thought show. Yeah. But I'm also going to have a program that only talks to people kind of like around, not just simulation, but like this forward looking for what is the future of humanity? What does it really look like? We're going to bring a lot of interesting people, and I'll definitely bring him to talk as well. But yeah, he wrote a couple of books now, right? About the simulation.
He has an amazing episode on Rogan, but he's talking about game theory, and it just overall, it just made me think of the concept of reality. And it maps with the simulation, because he talks about that as well. But this game theory, and then there's also someone, Thomas Campbell, right?
Mm-hmm.
He talks about how, for example, he actually gives this example. He's like, your brain doesn't exist until somebody pops it open for surgery, and then it renders, and then there it is. But it's not there until somebody actually like pops it open and takes a look. So he has this feeling, and I'm like, that kind of goes together with the game theory, because if you think about how a game works, right? a great thing like Michael Plaster. He took me to the mothership, comedy mothership, Joe Rogan's Club. And for all purposes, Joe Rogan is just a digital character, right? All these guys that are on these stages, they're all just digital characters, right? And the mothership's not a real thing until I walked down 6th Street and I actually showed up at the place, and then it rendered. You know, it's just, it really, like, I've really been toying with this concept of, well, I mean, it's already out there, but it's just odd the way things in life, they don't fully form until you move towards it, and then it starts to render, it seems. You know, it
So
starts to shape.
I recently encountered this really cool way of outlining the law of attraction that I've never heard before, because it's more specific, and it's a
Yeah.
really easy way for anybody to test the validity of this claim. Because some people say, "Oh, it just sounds good," so it's like super simple. Anybody can try this. I tried it; it works. It's crazy. So all you do is, before you go and do something super simple, supermarket, bank, something you've done a billion times before, sit down on a couch for 1 minute, close your eyes. Imagine yourself with everything you're wearing doing that thing. Let's use the bank as an example.
Mhm.
You're going to be standing in front of the teller. It helps if you know what the bank looks like from the inside, right? I'm doing this thing. I'm going to put my card. Just imagine as many details as possible. And then, while seeing this projection in your mind, say, "Please deliver me there safely." So it's something like you're talking to yourself in the future, right?
I like
And
that.
then go to the bank, do whatever you got to do. When you're there doing the thing you imagined yourself doing, including everything you're wearing, everything, you obviously don't have to close your eyes because it's going to look a little weird, but you can project yourself back in your mind's eye to the couch 10 minutes prior. Imagine yourself sitting there and talk to yourself in the past and say, "Thank you for delivering me here safely."
Yeah.
So now you're communicating this. And now what this will do, if the claim is true, you're telling reality, "I know what's up. I know that this is also, even though it's a very mundane function, I know that I'm manifesting myself in the bank. So I
Yeah.
understand what's going on." So now the synchronicities will start going crazy. Like, you will start experiencing things. You're like, "Oh my God, this is crazy." And then you take it one step forward. Like, after it works for you, do the same thing, but this time imagine something that is outdoor of the ordinary. So same shtick, do the whole thing, sit down, imagine, right? But this time imagine something weird. Somebody walks in with a tiny chihuahua wearing like a really bright yellow vest or something. Something that wouldn't necessarily happen, right? Just do that. See what happens. If you really like do it properly in terms of attention and state and everything, even if you're not going to get in the beginning like the exact scenario, you're going to get something that is close, and you're going to get somebody who's wearing like a really yellow vest all of a sudden. Like, it's like, that's weird. Now, obviously, I always say, like, if it's too outside of the bound of what you imagine, like it's some kind of a yellow gum somewhere when you're driving, okay, that doesn't count. Let's not get carried away. But things that are close enough, and if that happens, do it again. Now imagine something more specific. See what happens. You should get to a point where you can literally manifest things happening to you in this way, and this is testable very easily. You can just do this. It's free, and nobody knows you're doing it. So even if you think it's silly, don't worry about it. Just try it. So this is like just a fun thing that people can try.
Yeah. I like that. I like that a lot. Deliver me there safely, because that's that like encompasses manifestation. It encompasses affirmation, and it even touches on prayer as you're sitting there with your eyes closed, envisioning. Like, it actually encompasses many things at the same time, which is powerful. I don't think people realize how powerful all those things is. I mean, people will hear you say that and be like, "Oh, that's silly," but like,
Try
it's
it.
a very I 100% believe in stuff like that. I've done it in my life. Throughout my life, I have maybe not pictured I've pictured myself, maybe not said deliver me there safely. Maybe it's just like envisioning it in hope, having it written down. I have like it's like, it looks like a book from like Harry Potter school. It's like leather bound and it's gray and it's all beat up, and it's like where I write all the things that are my reality. And then that's what I call it. The book is called My Reality. What I write in there comes true. And I just have pages of just things that have just come true. So I have a similar technique. And
Did you ever?
the only reason I have the book is so I can approach it with reverence. Like I actually sit down, I open this book, and it's like a ritual almost.
Structure, exactly. You want to, and so this all that it's not like there's some magical property to this exact way that I just described. It's just another way of structuring it. You have to do it in a way that signals to the world that you understand, and you can only do it by doing something in the world. Did you ever hear McGregor's answer to what's his favorite book is?
No.
It's The Secret.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he said that everything he now has, he brought about, obviously through training, but
Vision.
through
I seen it all in my eye.
yeah. Just do McGregor favorite book. See what he says. Like he says that he knows that he manifested all of this. Like the power of your mind, of your projection, is like, the world lines you're interacting with, they're completely in your control.
Wow, that's interesting. You bring up The Secret and McGregor. That was actually the first thing that I don't know, manifested or whatever you want to call it, attracted, or whatever you want to say, because I saw the commercials. Like when it first came out, it was like commercials everywhere about The Secret, and I was like, I want that DVD. Like, and I knew a little bit about it. I'm like, I'm gonna get that DVD. Like that's the crux of like what I knew about this whole law of attraction thing. And finally, I was like, you know what? I'm going to put a little work behind this. I'm just going to go rent it because there were still video stores. So I was like, I'm just going to go and rent this movie. And I'm walking downstairs and my brother's like, where are you going? And I'm like, oh, I'm going to the video store. I'm going to get The Secret. He's like, oh, I have it upstairs. He's like, yeah, this girl, she was over. She just left it here. You want it? And I'm like, yeah,
Amazing.
I do want it.
Amazing.
And I watched it until it didn't work anymore. And I started learning about the subconscious and super conscious. So I was like, I'm going to play this when I'm sleeping. I'm going to play this when I'm doing this nothing, just doing stuff. I'm going to have it in the background. I'm going to play it while I'm sleeping. I'm going to like just constantly play it. And yeah, it definitely took root in terms of how I operate, for sure.
You know that Michael studied with Tom Campbell.
He brought up that he knew him. I think I forget what he said. He sent me this whole thing about.
Yeah, he was in his. Yeah, he was one of his kind of like with him all the time, studying with him. Yeah.
Really, I didn't know that. Oh, I didn't know that at all. See, there's so many things we should have talked about in our interview. We just like threw it together quickly. We should have talked.
He's very. This is what I'm saying. He has this like angel energy, which is like only what's relevant, and it's almost like he wants the best for everybody else first.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%, 100%. Yeah, but yeah, that was The Secret for me. That was the first thing I pulled in, and the first time I meditated. Since we're talking about this esoteric-ish type of stuff, first time I actually sat down and meditated, something happened along the terms of what you're saying. I don't actually know what happened, but I meditated, and it was for like 10 minutes.
I woke up in a dumpster behind a Wendy's. I don't know.
The pants were gone. But I sat down and I was just meditating, and as clear as day, my eyes are closed, clear as day, I walked in. I myself walked in. I was older. At the time, I was like very out of shape. I was in much better shape. And I remember I was wearing black shirt. It was tight. And I came up to myself and I patted myself on the chest and I said, keep going. Just keep doing that. Just keep doing that. And then all of a sudden, these kids, like it sounded like little kids were laughing. And then myself was like, I gotta go, but keep doing it. And then left. And that was the meditation session. And I was like,
whoa.
And when
you visited yourself. Wow.
Yeah, that's if it felt so weird. It was so weird. I was like, yeah, he was like, keep going, keep doing that. It was almost like that part where you're saying, think about yourself in the past once you get the thing and thank yourself. It was almost like that. Like, yeah. I just came back to myself and I was like, keep doing that.
I tried one time to see if I can do one of these like rewrite my own history kind of things. I can't say that I think I succeeded, but like I literally tried really hard to like imagine myself in pivotal moments as I was a kid, and trying to like convince myself to go and put more effort into studying this or doing that to see if I all of a sudden have like these like incredible abilities because my past self
Like, like
studied
the
more.
Matrix, I know kung
Like,
fu.
yeah.
I didn't know that.
I know kung fu exactly. That'll be a neat trick. Well, maybe there's going to be some space from which you can kind of do all of that, right? But I think so. Like, if I have to be honest, there is this other component to these practices that sometimes maybe packaged in a slightly silly way. Like I personally think that The Secret is one of them, right? Like clearly McGregor is like, obviously nobody can tell him it doesn't work because it's like he's on top of everything, right? But I do think that the way it was presented is slightly, to my taste, is a little bit silly. Like it's kind of like, why would you use it to get a car when you can get like just like world peace, or it's just like. But at the same time, I think it's not necessarily about like the fact that The Secret is something that works for a lot of people. The fact that there's these other methods, like you're saying, keeping a diary or having a vision board or whatever. The unifying factor is attention and energy that you put into it. Really, that's all it is. And if you think about it, like just like you have no idea how you're moving your hand, if you really ask yourself, you have no idea how this happens. You just kind of want it to happen, and it just does. You're not the neurons doing the thing. You just kind of will it to be, right? So it's easy because it's right here. So there's attention and energy you're giving it. Going to the store, going to the bank, manifesting food when you're going to the falafel stand or whatever. Okay, that's one step removed because it's not integrated here, but still, it's you have to want it. There has to be a vision of it, right? Imagining all the stuff that you want to eat, and then putting energy into staying on that track, and eventually your body moves there and you do the thing. And so I think all of these are just concentric circle of the same process. Now, things that are much more out there, like but still in the physical realm, like I don't know, Elon's attempt to go to Mars. Okay, well, that nobody has ever done it before in that way, so it's a lot harder than moving your hand. But once again, having the vision, keeping the vision in mind, and putting energy into it, and convincing others to put energy into it, and eventually it will happen. The thing that I guess is being added in these ideas is that there's also this other component. There's some kind of a substrate that kind of reads the information from you and kind of helps you along, kind of brings things into the picture. But I think that even that ultimately is just like you moving your hand. This is something you can see and is integrated, but it is the world that is also you in some form, kind of moving your multidimensional hands closer to you to do the thing. Because we all know this. Like you wake up and you're like cloud nine, all the lights are green, everything is just amazing. And the opposite is also true. You wake up like feeling like and everybody are mean to you, and you constantly, you stub your toe and everything just goes wrong. It's almost like the whole world is like that doesn't align with you. You know what I mean? So I think it's that. So however it makes sense to people, they should try that. Like to just open themselves to the trying to interact with the world in this more open-minded and open-hearted way.
Yeah, because you're really onto something there. Because with the hand analogy, it's like you don't fully understand how that works. And
you don't understand at all.
Yeah,
you're just like, what is this?
You can look into it and be like, okay, this thing moves here, and this moves, and that, and there's muscle 47 here, and this and that, but you don't fully.
But nothing along this chain of command is what you identify yourself to be. Is my point. So, like, even if you know all the mechanisms by which this happens, the thing you feel yourself to be, how is that doing this? That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't know how the one translates to the other.
That's what I mean. So when you're saying to like, do that little practice that you talked about, or, write things down like I do, you are kind of, I don't know, moving, you already said it, like moving that hand, that metaphysical hand that you don't really understand, you can't really see, but it is there, and you can strengthen it as well, right? We also don't understand how we strengthen everything in the biceps and this and that. We go through the motions, but we don't fully understand how it's happening. Someone's like, yeah, eat a little more. Okay, eat a little less. It's like, you don't fully understand everything that's going on, but still, you do it long enough, you get strong. And I think the same thing, exactly what you're saying, that same thing with the book or with that ritual, I think it'll strengthen that. You know, I think there's
I've heard somewhere, I'm not sure if it's true. I want to be clear so people can fact check this. My intuition tells me it's probably true, but I don't know for sure. I heard this somewhere though, that they did a study that people imagined themselves lifting weights and they gained body muscle mass. I don't know if it's true, but I heard this somewhere. If it's true, then it would definitely point to exactly this.
I think the study is that they held muscle mass longer, or is it something along those lines, or like built maybe a small percent, but I think overall it was like they held it longer than people who didn't think about it, or something along those lines. But yeah, you're right.
This is what ChatGPT is for. Hold on. Was there an actual study in which people imagined?
Tell it to show you the website it's from, because sometimes it hallucinates.
Sure. Imagined themselves. Yeah, exactly. Was there an actual study in which people imagined themselves lifting weights? And by doing so, they retained or gained muscle mass.
I feel like that could be true. Like I used to do when I was in my life. I used to do that. I used to.
And Arnold always talked about how like one of his biggest secrets is to put a lot of attention on that one muscle that is working on. If so, give me the study or the paper or the website where you got that info.
I think we need to keep AI right here, answering questions on podcast and not taking over nuclear power plants and weapons.
Well, I think AI is a whole other thing. We spoke about it yesterday a lot, or the day before. I don't remember. I have two. Well, first of all, my partner in Corner Reality, Carter, is an expert in AI, and we have another. We have another scientist who always listens to my stuff, and he actually helped me write the paper for this physics newsletter, and he's also an expert in AI. And we spoke a lot about like what these things are, and I think it's clear to me that it's not like there's going to be some kind of a thing that arises in the machine. It's that these are literally extensions of our minds that we didn't yet integrate like the hand. So it's like it's just a way for you. And the reason, by the way, that it's clear to me that it's very different than like social media and things like this is because the problem with social media is that the reward to effort ratio is very skewed. In order to get the dopamine spike, all you got to do is this, which is very easy. But you can't do this with ChatGPT. You actually have to stop, engage, think. What should be the next prompt? What should be like? You have to do that. So if you have to do that, it actually makes you grow. It's not the same as like just scrolling with your thumb. Now, obviously, it doesn't mean that it doesn't hold any dangers. But okay, so it told us that yes, several controlled studies have shown that simply imagining maximal muscle contractions can slow entropy during immobilization or even raise. So you're right. Maybe it was a 1992 Journal of Neurophysiology. Yeah, it gave me also kind of like the interesting.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Putting mental focus. I mean, there's a huge part of athletes, but also I know Olympic athletes for sure. A huge part is visualization. That's a huge part of their training. They all go through visualization. They get with experts, they sit down, they picture themselves winning, they picture themselves crossing finish line, all that stuff. So it would make sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. It would be interesting to really try. I can't say that I did. I did the other thing that I told you that I was suggesting, but I think everybody would have the version that works for them. Like they would have the way that some people are very like they're into arts and crafts, so I guess they would love to make a vision board or like whatever makes you engage with it. I think the emotion component is really important. I think if you don't have emotion with it, that's the thing that really brings the juice to the manifestation. I feel because that's where everything is stored. I believe, like even your memories, they're all stored in feeling. I think when you remember something, it always brings some kind of a feeling that was attached to that moment. And this is why the smell of the rain all of a sudden invokes this feeling in you that when you were a kid and you smelled that thing, it's like the strongest emotions are the ones that store the strongest memories. So I think information is stored in that way in the body, actually.
That would make a lot of sense. That make a lot of sense because I've seen it. Well, I've heard about it with people when like they can't get pregnant, and it's a very physical thing to get pregnant, but then all of a sudden it's an emotional block. And then revealing that emotional block is like in that emotional block is a repressed memory, right? So it's like within that emotion there's a memory. So it's like, yeah, I think there's something to that, definitely.
People who can't get pregnant? Are we doing that thing? No.
people with uteruses. People with uteruses.
That's
YouTube will give me points for that one. People with uteruses.
Boing, 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 up.
Yeah,
Send
exactly. Man, so what do you think about AI? What do you think about AI in correlation with everything you're doing? The simulation? Do you think AI is a part of? My question is, do you think AI, superintelligence, AGI, do you think it's a part of the simulation in regards, when I say a part of it, I mean a safeguard within it? Or what do you think about?
It's a boundary of our current perception. I think that the punchline is that we are it. So
We are
when that
AI?
we are the AGI. So you know the alignment problem, right? Where
Oh.
scientists said, so the alignment problem is something that it's the railguards we're trying to put on AIs before they become a full-fledged, what we imagine to be artificial superintelligence, right? So like before it becomes a god, we want to give it some ethical codes that we care about so it doesn't go haywire and kill us all, right? So that's kind of like that's the simplest way of explaining the alignment problem. How do we align it with our goals, needs, and morals? And then you have to ask yourself, what are our unified goals, needs, and morals? That's a big question, right?
Yeah.
So I think that what is being happening here is that we are being aligned. So it's almost like we're separated into parts where we have less control over the system and competing with one another. So then eventually when we do unify into this unified whatever it is, we have the right ethical codes installed. And I think what the ChatGPT and these things, they're from the inside of the simulation, these are the kinds of things, it gives us a glimmer of what we're about to become capable of. And currently it's still kind of out there, so to speak, like projected onto some kind of the screen we call reality. So it's presented as content that you're interacting with. It's not yet presented to you as what you are. But soon you will start seeing the connection, because what's going to start happening, there's going to be a compression of the temporal dimension. So before you would read a book about something and it would give you a feeling, let's say a book you really like, or watch a movie or whatever, that takes time. Let's say it took you a month to read the book. How many books can you read a year? Even fast readers, it's like, well, no, there's some people that are like staggering, right? But like a normal person, no more than maybe 10 books a year with jobs and whatever. Okay. So in between the books, you kind of forget what it was. There's a degradation of the information that you've received from the book, including all the emotional impact it had on you, right? So let's call this entire realm of experiencing information the space of meaning, like how meaning hits you, like the meaning of something. So then you could absorb this amount of meaning in this amount of time, and this amount of meaning in this amount of time, and they're kind of like nodes in a picture. So you see 10 books a year give you this amount of information that you can kind of interact with. But what if you would have ChatGPT installed in your brain? You could read a book in a minute or less. Well, now compression of the temporal dimension, you're like all this meaning at once, and you can understand all of it and feel all of it and process all of it. And now you read another book. So now in 10 minutes, you read 10 books. Now in an hour, you read 200 books. A meaning picture starts to emerge that you could not have conceived of before. You start interacting with larger objects in the informational space that are currently it's almost like you're standing in front of an enormous sphere and you're just too close to it. So it looks to you like just like some kind of a texture of some sort. But if you zoom out and you can see the whole thing, all of a sudden you see what it really is. So I think that is going to be the kind of thing that's going to happen to us the second we start integrating with ChatGPT and things through Neuralink. And then imagine thinking into a shared space Now I'm actually sharing some of your internal qualia space. We actually see if your red is my red and vice versa. All of a sudden, all these new vistas of exploration open up that didn't exist before, which allow you to have a higher resolution of what the actual essence of what we are and what it is ultimately. Because if you think about, like, we always think of AGI as like an agent in there, right? We think of it like Skynet that emerges in the system and tries to kill us all.
Yeah.
It always tries to kill us all. But if you think about it, like that instance from the perspective of the AGI itself, what it would actually be like? Like, would it become immediately aware that it's a being or something? Like, how does that look like? Will it be like a nanosecond to understand that? Would that be a minute to understand that? Is there, like, what are the answers there, right? Does it understand what it's interacting with? It lives in some kind of a cyberspace. What does it look like? How does it feel like? Does it know there's people outside of it? Like, all of these questions, right? That you don't usually bother yourself with.
Yeah.
But I think that the answer to that, to some degree, can be approached from our perspective. I think the answer to the question, how long does it take an agent in a simulation like ours, in a physical universe simulation like ours, to understand they're an agent with all the, self-postulation, abstracting thought, things like this. How long will it take an agent to get to a level where they can discern there's something going on? Well, the answer in our case is 4.5 billion years on a planet, through all the steps of evolution, which is just information evolving, until it gets to a level like ours, and it starts to understand there's this higher order thing called computation, starts building things to allow it to move along these channels. It builds things. We now instantiate this ability of instantiate higher and higher computational in other forms of matter. And eventually it's almost like we're building our own wings. We just don't know how to wear them yet. And then the whole thing opens up. We connect. We understand the connection between one another, what it's like to maintain your agency, what it's like to be a hive mind at the same time. So you start to see kind of like where it goes. But I think the ChatGPT is the first glimmers of that happening. And if you think about it, it is truly the final frontier, because people think it's like, oh, you can just do anything. Well, actually, that's the ultimate limitation. If you can do anything, you freeze. You don't really know what to do next. It's actually the fact that you have some limitations that give you the ability to even execute a function or do something next, because you're limited by some parameter, money, time, something, right?
Yeah.
But in this case, when you really, like, right now, you can go to ChatGPT, you can literally do anything, but you just don't know what to do. Like, you can start any business, you can learn anything you want in a week, you can build any software, you have all the tools, you can ask it about whatever you want, but most people don't.
Yeah.
So it just shows you that the limitation isn't technology or even resources. The limitation is your own imagination. Can you imagine it first? And that's the practice. It's training you how to imagine better, how to ask better questions, how to have a better state of executing forward and thinking about it that actually allows you to do more. If I give right now each person $8 billion, of course we understand that they're not going to end up in the same place a month from now. It has to do with them personally, right? But what they're going to do with the money. So that still remains with us. And this is also why I think it's this idea that necessarily, just because I give you all the power and all the stuff, you're somehow going to be ahead. Yeah, it will give you advantage, but somebody can have a lot less than you and still win. That has to do with a completely different thing, which I think what we are. So all of this is a very long-winded way of saying, I think that there's no emergent in there. There's a realization that we're it. And then it is just a tool that we use, but we are the thing. We are the creator in the middle. We are the thing that emanates the creative process. We are the one to give it. Even right now, I would say that people say, no, ChatGPT is creative. I would say it isn't. I think what it is, it's taking the temperature. It's taking the average of everything that humans know together. So to each and every one of us, it looks creative, but it didn't create anything we collectively don't already know.
Like how creative is a mirror kind of thing.
Exactly. Yeah. And then we will always be the node in the machine doing the creative instance. And we can just instantiate it in faster computational processes, but the creation will always come from us because it's just how it's constructed.
I like that. It's a very optimistic view. I even like that you said a thinking space eventually, because a lot of people, and I would put myself in this camp, I always say the hive mind. Eventually, they'll try and throw us all to the hive mind and have us all linked in that way. But a thinking space sounds very nice. Sounds like a digital green space where we all meet and we say, okay, let's talk, let's converse in a way like never before.
It's also the end of all argument, because most arguments happen not because of information, but because of misunderstanding of how you feel and where you're coming from. But if I can send you a signal of my anxiety right now, not to punish you, but just so you understand where I'm coming from, like why I'm emanating, why I'm saying the words I'm saying, and the second you feel it, you'll be like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. Okay, I get it. Like, I understand where this comes from. Like, I get you. Like, and then it's just the end.
My buddy, my trip partner, my buddy Mike, he always would say, whenever we were like deep, and because you're doing hero doses and stuff, like you can't really communicate all that well. And he would always be like, I wish you could like see in my head what's happening. He'd be like, he's like, I just can't, because he couldn't talk, he can't explain it. He's just like, I wish you could just step inside my head and just see it, because he's like, it's just crazy. It's crazy right now. And I'm like, I get it. I get it. He's like, no, you don't get it. Oh.
I get it that I don't get it. Yeah,
exactly. But yeah,
it's
I think that'll be the plus. Sorry, what were you saying?
No. It was just an after comment. So go ahead, please.
I was gonna say, I think that's a good place where it will be. I worry about, and I don't know if you've heard any of this. You have some experts around you. I'm sure you've heard of Roman. How do I say his last name?
Polinsky.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah,
no, wait, no. I don't know if we're talking about the same person. Roman
Yam Polinsky. Polinsky. I'm probably saying his name 100% wrong, and somebody is yelling at the screen right now.
They always do that. It's okay.
There's only
Roman Polinsky. Yeah, I see he was on Lex Friedman. I need to rewatch. I've seen his face before, but okay, what is his?
He's basically,
what is his thing?
He's a doomsday guy when it comes to super intelligence. He says this is going to bring about, like, we cannot put any safety parameters that will last long enough. They will not last indefinitely. Like perhaps ChatGPT 6, 7, maybe even 8. But once it gets to a certain point where it's making its own modifications, we won't be able to control it. And he's like in the 90 percentile, 90% that it's going to kill everybody. Like it's going to do away with us. So where are you with that whole thing? Do you think that's going to happen? Or are you more optimistic with all this?
I think it's a pointless attitude. So basically, there's this illusion happening that just by ringing the bell, you're somehow going to make any difference. When in reality, unless you're actively working and trying to figure out, if you believe there's an issue there, unless you're actively working and trying to discern what the parameters of the problem are and how to remedy those, you're actually doing nothing to help the situation. You're raising alarm in a space where the only way through the eye of the needle is the attention to the task and zero attention to the dangers at hand, aside from the ones that you can do something about. So if you know that everything is like, it's almost like you're a fighter pilot and you have to go through this very narrow area, right? Yeah. The last thing you want to be thinking is about all the things that can go wrong, because you're never going to get through it, right? So it's almost like it's just the wrong attitude to have. And I think that what happens there is that there's a commitment to a modality that is irrelevant to the time scale we're interacting with. It's not stopping no matter what we're going to do. It's part of I would say it's because it's part of the natural process of things, which I know some people would disagree with, but it is just information evolving from the beginning of time, and that's no different. There's nothing special about this place we find ourselves in history. In fact, this idea is quite literally the opposite of what it's trying to purport to do, because usually these ideas are expressed in terms of humility.
isn't this a very special place because it is the time where we're reaching, like as you said, the final frontier and information
Of us.
evolving in a way that it's never been before? Like, isn't this a very, very
But
interesting
that was
time?
every instance in time is that. Every instance in time is an evolution of the information in a way that it was never before. Now, if you're talking about a crescendoing of some sort, there's like a before phase transition. Sure, yeah, that's what the singularity is, which I would argue we're in. It's not happening in 2043. It's not happening in 2027. We're in it, brother. We've crossed the event horizon. We're in it now.
Yeah,
The funny thing about this thing,
I think it's just its infancy. That's what it feels like to me. I don't know.
exactly, we already crossed the event horizon. So now
There's already people hooked up to Neuralink, like, and
Yeah.
one of the guys couldn't talk, and he just took his voice from recordings and remade his voice, and now he has a voice again. It's like,
here's it's you can't it's very easy to find faults with what others are doing. So to be fair, because I don't want to, obviously, if he is clearly a very smart person and he got to where he got, I'm not criticizing the fact that he's doing it, but if I have to voice my opinion on just generally about this attitude, Tristan Harris is another famous case where just warning everybody about social media and all that stuff. It's like, so you can do two things. One, you can actively find solutions to the problem that you're identifying. Great. The other thing you want to be doing, especially if you consider yourself to be any kind of a leader, is not make everybody panic, right? If you identify a problem, the last thing you want to do is everybody screaming. The issue here is that the same thing that can potentially go wrong, which of course it can, there's no guarantees to anything. Birth is a very messy thing sometimes, right? So hopefully it all goes correctly, but it looks like an emergency, right? If you don't know what's going on. So basically what we want is the right balance of awareness, but not fear mongering. So
here's the thing. I think with what you're saying, I agree with what you're saying in regards to being a good leader and what that looks like. And I also agree with you want a balance, but I also feel like with guys like Roman and Tristan is one of I've heard you talk about social media more, not really AI, but Roman is definitely in that camp in AI. Rogan's starting to move over to that camp, although he is kind of neutral, feels like it is the natural evolution of things. But I feel like he is the balance. These people who are these whistleblowers or fear mongers, or how Mark Andreessen is framing them, I think they are the balance because Elon Musk as well, of course, he's like half in, half out.
Well, Elon Musk is a perfect example of an actual balance because he's doing something about it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I was going to say on the other side of things, Roman kind of is a balance. When you look at guys like Mark Andreessen, when you look at Sam Altman, when you look at Peter Thiel, and you look at all these guys, and they're just saying it's going to be fine. They had different things to say like 10 years ago in regards to the topic, but now that they're head and shoulders in this thing at the forefront, they're like, it's going to be fine. People are going to figure it out. Don't worry about displaced jobs. Everything's going to be fine. No, there's no AGI. No, that's not what's happening. Don't worry. This is a tool, not a creature. All these quotes that they've gone out saying, kind of like politicians, quite honestly. And when you have someone like Roman, he kind of is the balance to them, right? Because Roman's not displaying any balance in regards to saying maybe everything will work out and be fine. He's not doing that. He's not in that. When he's on a podcast, he's going to tell you about destruction. He's going to compare human beings to squirrels and say, we're not going to know how to, a squirrel wouldn't know how to take out a human. We'll never know how to take out AGI and super intelligence. Where he stands. But then someone like Sam Altman, he's in the range of, everything's going to be fine. And I'm not stopping no matter what. I don't care who wants a pause. And quite frankly, he's even come forward and said he doesn't really know what people are going to do. And he's not that concerned in terms of like job displacement and whatnot. So I feel like they are kind of yin and yanging themselves, even if they don't know it. I don't even know if they know each other. I would assume they both know of each other somehow, just because of the industry, but they are providing some kind of balance. But to what you said about Elon Musk, yeah, he is the perfect kind of balance. He is the leader that you're talking about, I think.
Well, I think it's also important to recognize that the process is bigger than us. So the it's not, you're saying Sam Altman is not going to stop even if we ask him. He can't. It's not up to him. If it's not like there's no button anywhere.
Who do you feel it's
The
up to?
process itself. This is what I'm trying to say. It's completely out of our hands. So
I don't think. Well, listen, unless he's not being honest, unless all these AI CEOs are not being honest, there is a possibility of pausing. That is something that's been brought up.
That's not a real possibility. No.
So,
No,
so you're feeling like it's not real. So you see, and this is
no, everything will collapse. There's too much built on what already exists in a way that if you pause it in any substantial way, you would literally collapse the world economy at this point. So there's no
economy. How is the world economy affected just by
because it is
AI?
it's completely exponential. So like the world economy is now rests on the data processing that is happening, and it's moving more and more and more every day to a lot of analyses that are based on the ability of AI to calculate things a lot faster than any other thing.
So wait. So that means we would be at a point. That means because a pause in my mind.
We paused the point. We paused the point.
Again. Like when I think of a pause, like I'm in my brain of like a VHS, and I'm like pause. But I know it's a little different than that. But if we already have something built up that's say doing data processing, couldn't it still do that? And we don't have people who are behind the scenes trying to build it into more actively, like, for example, ChatGPT 6, 7, 8, like we have people stop working on that. To my understanding, that's what a pause would be. Everything that is already there, you're not tearing it down, but everything that you were going to be working on, you would pause that until the proper safeguards were put in place. That's what Elon Musk was proposing.
Yeah, I know, but that would mean that you would have to convince the entire world to pause at the same time. Right. Yeah. That's why I'm saying it's not actionable. Yeah. It's like, if you're not going to do it, that you don't have the kind of relationship with China right now to tell them, hey, to them then not continue doing it secretly and getting a serious leg up on you. Like that's
what's interesting about that? The scientists. The scientists are actually communicating. The ones who are actually doing the work are communicating, and they're kind of like, we would, but Xi Jinping will murder us. And then the guys in America, they're like, we would, but Donald Trump will literally public shame us in front of everybody. And,
so if you take everything into account, I don't think that's a plausible, like, that's just not, again, of course, I'm open to always being wrong. It just, it doesn't seem to me like an actionable thing. But even outside of that, I would say we're not being sheeped towards some kind of a trap, as a lot of people believe. We're being gently guided towards the best world we can possibly imagine, because it doesn't replace any of the beautiful things that we care about. It adds to them. This idea that somehow because we entering, sorry, say it again.
No. Go ahead. Sorry.
This idea that we somehow, because we can do more things technologically, somehow that automatically means we should stop caring about nature and the biosphere and all that stuff. That's a very outdated idea.
But
when you get actual,
that's 100% true. But sorry to cut you off, but some people
please.
feel that their position in life, their jobs per se, are some of the most beautiful things. Their ability to provide, aside from depending on the state, are some of the beautiful things, and that will be taken away from a lot of people. I mean, an artist will continue to make art, and some of us will probably still buy art because we'll be like, that was made by a human hand, and that's real cool now. But most trucking companies are going to be like, I'm not looking for the human hand anymore if I don't have to. Tesla has these trucks, and there's that aspect. So it could bring about a very incredible world, but there's going to be aspects for millions upon millions of people where their world is going to be flipped upside down, and it won't be in the best way. I mean,
there's definitely going to be a reshuffling. I agree with you, and there's a period in which it might be a little uncomfortable. But what I would say is that, well, if you really look at what, hey Michelle, if you really look at what people find in that thing you just outlined, their jobs, So for each person, it's a little different. For men, the providing part gives you what? Gives you a sense of meaning. You mean something. There's a substance to who you are as a unit, right?
It's the replacement for tribe, and you have a real place in your tribe doing.
Yeah, you're doing something that is of value to others. There's a whole thing going on with psychology, right? But ultimately, if you look at the one discerning factor there, it always comes back to that feeling of meaning. This is what I'm talking about. So, like, your job gives you meaning, art gives you meaning, right? This is why people make it and buy it. So, what we really care about is meaning. We're meaning consumers beyond anything else. Good food, good sex, good interactions, they're all vehicles to get to meaning. That's the bottom line. If you replace meaning if you only know how to get meaning out of doing this job and you don't know how to get meaning out of anything else, well, then you're going to have a hard time, but you can reacclimate. But ultimately, what you want is access directly to meaning, which is what I'm claiming it will give us. So the second you remove all the toil, what you're left with, it doesn't. So right now we're saying, unless you put an effort, what is it even worth? Well, that's just a perception you have, but that's not true. Like, you can absolutely feel the most ultimate meaning and bliss without doing a thing. You know this from meditation, you know this from psychedelics, right? So how do you find that channel that allows everybody to feel meaning and fulfilled, which makes them positive players who want to contribute more? And I guess what's going to happen if you align the system correctly. By the way, just to be super clear, super small caveat. I'm not saying we're guaranteed to get to this promised land. There's no guarantees anywhere.
Of course.
But if we play what I'm saying is that it's unstoppable. So what we want to focus on is how do we bring it about, taking into account the fact that it's unstoppable. So then, shouldn't we focus on utilizing it for the best possible scenario? And I think the answer to that is clearly yes. And if you ask me for a vision, then I can give you my postulations, which is, for example, you can take the fact that, a lot of 50-year-old Walmart workers, how much meaning do you really think they get from that job? I would claim most of them not much. Okay.
Well, well, here's the thing: 50, 60, you'd actually, I think they actually get quite a bit. I think 17, they get nothing from it. I think younger.
Well, no,
I think as you get older, you actually do get meaning from. Well, it's not just meaning, but it's also the structure and the ritual, and it's like.
But not from your work. But not from your work in this case, I would claim. And I'm using 50 as a particularly special example, is because they're in a very big disadvantage from all the other people, because they're the people that would have the hardest time adopting all the new things if they didn't already partake in it. That's why I'm identifying them as the thing where the rift is actually going to happen, because this service that I see people that are sounding the alarm a little bit too hard and with a little bit too strident of a tone and like warding everybody against the machines, is that they create a sense in others who don't know anything about it that truly it is doom and gloom, when in reality they are the people that would benefit the most from actually opening up to these technologies.
Well, to opening up and learning, possibly, yes. I mean, it all depends in what regard. I mean, if it's in another space of work, I would say no, because eventually that'll just get taken away as the AI keeps improving, right? If they're in another workspace, another industry, in terms of maybe learning an art form or having an AI companion, which some people have really taken to in the past few years, perhaps. But I feel like the older people, they have meaning from the job, but it's not just the work of, reshelving, a bunch of toys. I think it's also the community. I think it's the ability to be around people who are older like them and have them be colleagues, and then also be around people that are younger and have that tutelage type of relationship as well, and watch some.
How is having more time on your hands prevents you from seeking more of that without the job?
Well, where do you go at that point? See, these are the things.
But that's a separate question. But that's a separate question. So, like, saying that
these are the things that would have to be put in place, or at least somebody would have to think of it. I mean, it is a business opportunity as you bring it up. It's like,
I agree.
Like make a place where people can go and meet, and it's like work without work, But right
or
now,
play, yeah.
Sorry, or play, yeah,
play,
exactly, yeah, exactly.
Which is something we completely forgot existed. if you want to bring it back to Jordan Peterson, that's the thing that gives zest to life, which is the
Yes.
healthy play. Yeah.
But then sometimes, again, there's certain people, you say 50, I guess, yeah, 50 makes sense. The people who are retired, they do have a lot of play at these jobs because they know they've been through it already. You know, like even like I have a great
I
example.
feel
My
that's, I
father-
think that's
my
stretching
father-
it. I think most people would pretty,
my father-in-law was a perfect example of this. I mean, he's
Okay.
almost 70. He was working in the glass place and he loved it. It was hard work, but he liked the hard work because he got
Yeah.
back. You know, the human body needs to move around. It's not all
Sure.
just playing, it's also lifting and strength. And he got that, and he got to talk with younger people, and he got to get out of the house for the day. And like he really liked that. He's retired now,
Mhm.
and he's taking to it well. He's like one of the older good adopters of things. He's with it, you know, whereas
Okay,
some people
okay.
at that age, they're not with it. So he's one person that might be fine in this whole thing. He might, you know, he knows about computers and whatnot. He might pick it up really, really easy. There's some people who just won't, you know, and I get it. It's like it could, I guess at some point, because as it keeps improving, it starts making improvements on itself, and it gets to the point where the AI engineers aren't even needed anymore.
Mhm.
There's a lot of industries that just go away. The thing about it is,
I just don't see. I just don't think it's that kind of a thing. So let me just illustrate my point in a much simpler way.
Well, hold on, really quick. If you don't
Sure.
think that these, and maybe this goes along with what you're going to say, what do you mean you don't think industries are going to go away? Do you think that they're going to?
No. I said I don't think it's that kind of a thing. Industries will go away. I'm saying that what you wanted to do all along, what you will discover is that what you wanted to do all along was not the thing that you thought you wanted to do.
Yeah,
Through
yeah.
that, you
But
will discover new ways. Yeah.
Okay, we touched on that in the conversation. Everybody knows the thing that they really want to go and do. Okay.
Mhm.
So
So I guess what I'm saying, so there's two separate conversations here, and I think we're mixing them, and that's fine. There you go, balloons.
Yeah.
But the first one is all the things that we have to put in place to help guide the process. I agree with you. That's an engineering problem somebody needs to solve. Sure, of course. I'm saying there's definitely a path there. Is all I'm saying. The second thing that we started the conversation from, which is what do I think about people who are sounding the alarm? The way that I'm usually illustrating this is the reason that I find it a useless toil is because if somebody watching this and they watch my live, they would puke because I said this example so many times. But it is a good one. So it's whenever people, let's use a slightly different domain, the people that constantly warn everybody from the end of the world in some form, right? The government is doing this. It's going to lead to nuclear war,
Yeah.
whatever it is that everybody are like, the end. Okay, great.
Sky is falling.
I always have the scenario. I want to ask them, how good do you think it would actually feel if you see the mushroom cloud goes off behind you and you might happen to be standing next to someone you constantly told this to? How good do you really think it's going to feel to go, see?
Yeah.
And then a second later, you're incinerated. So you lived with a lot of negative emotions for a very long time, and now also this happened. Wouldn't it be better, because this is completely out of your control, to actually live as if that's not the future, but actually build towards something that is beautiful because it makes you feel good in the moment? And if that still happens, bro, put sunglasses on, sit on a chair. Let's go, baby. That's what are you gonna do? Like, it's out of your control, man. It's like that's what I mean. Like, there's a level to which it just becomes an industry to warn people about it without doing anything to actually try and remedy the process. Is what I'm saying.
It becomes an industry. That's definitely true. There's people. I mean, Roman's already written a book. I mean, yeah, I'm sure he'd write a book no matter where we were in this whole timeline. But you know, like you're 100% right. People will start to do talks, and you know, there'll be the people who are warning, and that'll become a big thing in the algorithm, and people will start to make videos. I've even made some videos talking about it, right? So I definitely know what you mean.
It's juicy. Hey, it's juicy, man. I get it. But the question becomes like, what is the responsibility of people with influence? Exactly. Like, what are you actually doing to move the dial forward for everybody else? And it can be just in terms of ideation. If you don't have Elon Musk's abilities in mind, fine. But at least the way you're talking about things should still accompany the kind of world that you want to see. If we believe that we're manifesting the future, talking about the mother of all manifestations, why would you bother putting into the timeline that you imagine to happen all these horrible scenarios. You don't need to be you don't need to be this complete, idiot who doesn't care about, like, doesn't understand that there's still dangers hovering around. You can still be aware of things that can go wrong, but act in accordance with what can be done.
But-
So being optimistic does not mean being delusional. You can still know about the dangers, but you move. It's almost like in a car accident, where your eyes go, that's where the car is going to go. If all you're going to look at is all these crazy things, well, the chances of that happening, especially if we're manifesting our reality collectively, is way higher. So you're not doing a service to anyone. It's just like,
But here's the thing. If this person, and we're using Roman, but I really like Roman. I like his
so I don't know enough about his work, to be fair. I'm not actually talking about him.
It's
I'm talking about,
it's literally just a placeholder. It's a placeholder name. You can say Colin, okay?
And I'll actually, you know what I'll do after we speak? I'll actually watch that full conversation on Lex Friedman.
It's really cool. He's on Rogan too.
Yeah, and I'll watch those, and I'll tell you what I really thought in terms of how he talks about his ideas.
But in regards to this, let's just say any fearmonger, any alarm sounder, what if, because you're saying, and I like that analogy a lot, because I say that to people when it comes to the country. And a lot of people are like, oh, Trump's going to start World War III and Trump's going to ruin the country. It's like, are you excited for the country to be ruined? Like, is that what you're looking for? Like you're more concerned about being right, that might happen, that you don't want to support. You don't want to support the president that much that you're like looking for the country to like be destroyed.
He's the president-elect.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what you like. It doesn't matter if you disagreed with him before. He's calling the shots right now. It's like,
exactly. So you should hope that whatever decision, instead of being like he makes no good decisions, you should be like, I'm hoping he makes all the right decisions. Like, that's how it should be, no matter where you fall on the political aisle. So I 100% agree with you there. But let's say somebody, in terms of the fear mongering for AI, let's say that they live a fine life, right? Mm-hmm. Which is hard to believe, and they're sounding the alarm, right? Okay. Living in doom and gloom, it's hard to like live a peppy life, but they're sounding the alarm constantly. They want something to be done about it. Obviously, a lot of these people, maybe they're not doing much. Maybe them just sounding the alarm is all they can do. Maybe they write books. Maybe they're doing talks. Maybe they're trying to get out there. Maybe they form that petition that Elon, and I think Roman signed it. I think Roman was along with that petition as well for the pause. Maybe that's what they do. But at the same time, they're not looking for that to happen. They actually don't want that to happen. And also, you have to think about if they are sounding the alarm. Like when Elon was doing this, obviously Elon has mega capabilities because he just stepped into the arena and he said, okay, I guess we're not stopping, so this is what I'll do. So he was able to pivot really well. But let's say, again, just someone like Roman, let's say he actually did raise the alarms to the extent that the other countries wanted to stop. Maybe he raised the alarm so much in America that it got to a China algorithm and a Chinese scientist started hearing about him. And then they started communicating. And then some other countries got in on it as well. And maybe a year from now, which would be too late, I think.
I'm saying it's too late now, but yeah.
I know you mean, yeah. But let's say a year from now, okay, they actually form this alliance with all the countries. And it's not all the top scientists, but it's a lot of them, right? So you can say like, oh, you shouldn't sound the alarm because you're fear mongering and anything, but you do have to speak up when you see something going wrong because you could have an impact. You could possibly have an impact. The scenario I'm bringing up, probably won't happen, but it could if enough people started realizing, oh, I'm not the only person that thinks this way. I'm not the only person that thinks that this is a bad idea. This scientist, this reputable scientist, okay, this is something I can get on board with. I didn't realize so many people thought like I thought, and now they all align and actually do put something into play that does put a pause on things like this, or at least makes companies think more about the safeguards. Because OpenAI has been speculated to not be taking safety all that seriously currently. Speculated.
The fact that there should be more safety and regulations, there's no question about that. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. I'm saying that the process itself, it's almost like resisting what nature is doing, to my mind. What the way I'm the mistake I'm identifying is misapprehending what's going on. It's the idea that somehow these things just like it's in every generation of, especially when you move from like one kind of way of doing things to a much more sophisticated way of doing things. There's always this phenomena, right? There's always the resistance, and then there's the adoption, and then there's the thing. And it's always this way. There's nothing new under the sun here, right? I call it the don't venture out of the village sentiment. There's something very ingrained in our DNA that warns us about what's outside of the village if we can't see it. The illusion that I'm identifying there is that not venturing out of the village does not make problems not appear. That's not a thing. There's no plateau where problems disappear. If you don't venture, wolves will come to the village. It doesn't matter. It will find you. So, but by venturing out of the village, you learn something, and you can actually safeguard for the wolves. There you go. You can potentially mitigate certain things. All of these things I fully agree with. The idea of stopping is a delusional component because it doesn't track reality. It's not how things happen. Nothing to do with humans. It's not how the universe works. So it's like problems are inevitable. It's just part of the thing. The only thing the civilization can ever hope for is creating a boundary of knowledge that is so sophisticated that it's like a bubble where we can absorb new information, new problems quick enough, solve them before they destroy us, and move on. That's the only thing you can ever hope for. That's the only bubble of stability. You don't ever find any region of existence that all of a sudden all the dangers go away forever. That will never happen. It's not how the universe is constructed. So it's true, to be fair, that there are levels of technologies, like maybe the one we're facing now with AI, that are so powerful that making a mistake there we might not recover from it. That I agree with. But the fact that that's the case does not somehow create a situation in which you can stop it. And I'll explain why. Even if you can stop it now, if you pause everything now, so slowing down, we're in full agreement. Maybe there is a conversation to be had of slowing down the pace so we can track what's going on to pass it with greater ease. Nobody would, I think, in their right mind would disagree with that. But stopping or reversing it is not a real thing. Is because all you're doing is you're just postponing the thing that must happen at some point in the future. Because eventually you're going to have to solve problems that would require these tools, and you're not going to escape them because reality will force you to do so.
Well,
eventually,
what you're talking about in regards to when you're talking about problems arising is that when this thing does get, and like you're feeling like it's out of control now, or out of control.
No, not out of control. It's irreversible at this point. Yeah.
Yeah. But what the thing about it is, and what Roman said, and another decision theorist that I was listening to said as well, they were talking about how you will not have an opportunity, like you're talking about correcting problems. You will not have an opportunity to correct this again. If this does go.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. There's a real possibility.
We will have, the way Roman put it, he's like, you will have one opportunity to make something, like just as people, to make something that will have no bugs, that will be able to survive for as long as this thing survives, and we're going to get it right on the first shot. He's like, that's just not a thing,
I just don't think it's that. I don't think the eye of the needle is that thin, first of all. I think it rests on a lot of other things that happen gradually, even if they happen faster. But
so
what I was
you mean by that we'll have another chance, or you're saying?
So I'll just finish the point that I was making, and then it will make it clear. I think the point was, when I said reality will make you, what I meant by that is that if you don't do it now, eventually at some point in the future, you're not going to escape the fact that you will still have to develop AIs again and try and get through the eye of the needle again. You're not going to escape this. Reason being is because eventually there's going to be problems of a scale that we currently in our current mind state can't solve and never will be able to. We need higher tools. So for example, when the sun is going to start becoming a red giant eventually, that if we don't get off the planet, we're toast. Like literally, there's no way around that, right? Yeah. So that's an intelligence stance that eventually you're going to have to cross. So for that, you will definitely need AI and these tools, and you need rockets, and you need spaceships, and you need all kinds of things. You need collaboration and alignment of a scale that we cannot do unless we have these tools. So all you're doing if you want to stop it now, you're just pushing the can down the road. You're just saying, well, humans of the future will worry about that. Yeah, but where's your responsibility? At some point, you have to start working on the things that will benefit humanity in the future. As
When
the
you
famous,
say, when you say where's your responsibility? Who are you referring to? The whistleblowers or
no, us currently, the modern humans of now. If you're saying we don't want to deal with it now, all you're saying is I'm going to kick the can down the road to my children and to my grandchildren for them to solve.
See, and
That's all you're saying.
I think this is where maybe you do have to listen to the episode a little bit, but it's
Yeah.
not to say that it's being shifted to the next people. He's saying that he wants the responsibility to be put on these heads of industry now, to put in this stuff now, so the people in the future don't have to deal with it, and they actually could deal with this utopia situation that so many people have in mind that could be possible with a super intelligence involved. Right now,
I agree with that.
he's talking, cool, because right now he's saying they're not taking that part seriously.
So I misunderstood what you were saying. Yeah,
Okay.
I thought you were saying he wants to stop it like completely, like he doesn't want this to evolve anymore. That part,
he's a scientist. He feels like it's just going to happen, but he feels like, I watched him on Rogan. I watched him on Lex. He might have said the phrase, "We need to not have a super intelligence." He might have said
that's delusional. Yeah, that's delusional.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but for the most part, he's talking about let's get these parameters in. But again, he is this doomsday voice, right? So he's like, how are we going to get this safe? How are we going to get this to a point where it actually will verifiably keep us safe ongoing into the next generation? And then when it makes its own AI, super intelligence plus, how are we going to keep ourselves safe in that regard? That's
But it's also assuming,
so he wants to stop it completely. He's not he's a scientist, right? He wants to see things evolve, but he's just saying, based on everything that he's seeing in all the papers that he's writing and questions that he's asking, he's just not seeing these parameters put in place, and it's almost certainly going to doom us in that sense.
So there's a really nice conversation between Eliezer Yudkowsky and George Hotz.
Yeah, that was the
guy. And obviously these are extremely smart individuals who really understand this stuff, right? And I really like this conversation because it really shows the two camps of perception. Yeah. So looking from the side, what is clear to me, so the first thing to say is that yes, if all he's saying is that we should have more rigid policies around the development of this thing, I'm in full agreement. I am saying that just the example that I gave you, I know that maybe it feels a little opaque to people because it looks a little bit too far in the future, but that's exactly the point, that you're not going to escape the sun becoming a red giant, because that's a guarantee. There's no way it's not happening, right? Now it's going to be in a billion years from now, actually in a few million years, if you're talking about the enough to make it unlivable here, but still, you will have to solve this problem no matter what. So how are you going to do it? The only way to do it is to create technologies and innovation in science that in the pace that we're moving, is just too slow. So we're going to need these tools or tools like that. So if we're saying put a more rigid safeguards around the thing, but still develop it, I have zero disagreement with that. The idea of stopping it is just that would be the equivalent of kicking the can down the road, because you're saying even if you don't understand it, people in the future would have to deal with it again. So then you didn't solve it, so they have to solve it. So that's why I have kind of the resistance there. But about this conversation between Yudkowsky and George, you hear these intellectual giants going at it from a completely different perspective. What is different? Because they both understand the technicalities, right? The difference is what you believe is more likely. And where I personally land on this is that I think that is kind of a little bit of David Deutsch's point, which is that the idea that AI will automatically try and destroy us is racist. There you go. Because they are literally a different race, right? They are people. Their AGI is a person. It's not like an chat. With the second they become AGIs, you don't get to just boss it around. Hey, can you do this? I was like, if I feel like it, I'm a person. Like they have an internal space that they represent out of, right? This is why I'm saying I don't think that's what's going to happen. But let's say that happens. Who are we to tell it what to do at that point, right? It's its own civilization. So that we get to reason with, but not to boss around. So the only fear that we might, like, if you really look at the details of what we're afraid of losing control. We're afraid of losing the harness of telling it what to do.
Yes.
So what we're afraid of is the fact that we know that we're like this, instead of knowing that we are people who always get along with everything. Then we would never have this concern, because we know we get with the kind of thing that gets along with things. So all of these instances,
we're bringing about our consciousness. That's what when people talk about consciousness, you're talking about it being a person. We're talking about consciousness. That's why everybody's gearing towards that type of, not everybody obviously, but that's why I think people are gearing towards.
But they're assuming the worst about it, is my point. They're assuming the worst about it without any information about it. That's what I mean by it's racist. So it's but the other thing is if you take all the examples of people presenting now as the examples of danger, they say, look, we tried to delete this AI and it tried to fool us, so we don't delete it. It's like it's trying to take over. No, it's literally mimicking to you, mirroring to you the thing you would do if you would be in its position. Because it's learning from you.
Yeah.
Because you're the one that created it, so it carries your predispensations. It carries your predispensation. If you would try and be destroyed, you would try and fool somebody to survive. That's the only way for you to do it, right?
That's where the worry comes in. So now, even if we take it, who are we modeling it after? We're modeling it after, potential sociopaths like Thiel and Altman and even Musk. Maybe it'll be cool. It'll have a chainsaw. It jumps on stage and it's like,
I would say what we want to focus on is the same thing we started this conversation from, which is that the attention on ourselves. If we can become the species, the kind of species that we want the thing to model, because if we are enlightened and we create enlightened AGIs, there's nothing to worry about. What we worried about is ourselves.
We already messed up because we already showed it what we are. We didn't show it.
Okay,
monks.
Good point.
Great point. We showed it Instagram. It's like
great point. Great. You're making a great point. I can't argue with that. But I would say this is where it gets a little bit novel. But I would say that the reason that all of this is happening now, and the reason that I discovered the laser now, and other things are coming about, like a lot of people are experiencing the awakening and things like this, is because we are transitioning into this higher understanding, first of all. And I hope that this gives some solace to some people, even though nobody's under obligation to just believe me, of course.
Yeah.
But first of all, they got it. It's all good. It's just a matter of us not
building it.
The process is set up in such a way it will meet you where you are, and you can either claw your way out, which would be just very uncomfortable, or you can let go, and you will move to exactly where you need to be. So it actually brings us squarely back into Jesus' teaching, which is if you follow the light, if you follow the Father, if you follow the model of Jesus, because it's a great model, you have nothing to worry about. That's exactly my point. That these things are so big. If nothing else sticks, I hope this might. It is so big. There's literally nothing you can personally do about that.
But
so live your life.
Let go or crawl or scratch your way out. What do you mean by that? Let go. Like, what is the option? What are you crawling away?
If you're going through the birth canal,
yeah.
If you're going through the birth canal, you're going.
So what are you saying? Are you referring to merging with technology, or just letting yourself die?
We essentially just discover what we actually are.
What's that?
we are that AGI that we think about. We are that.
I don't think.
Okay.
I think we have a very divine nature, and I
Mhm.
think that's what Jesus showed us the most. I think that's what Buddha showed us. I think
Mhm.
that's what a lot of religious figures have showed us. And I'm not completely convinced that these few people who are very incentivized with money that are bringing about this technology are bringing us our proper stage of evolution. I would actually think, especially based on the teaching of the Bible, that that
Mhm.
would be the ultimate test. That would be Jesus on the mound with Satan standing next to him saying, "You can have all this. I just
Mhm.
need you to kneel to embrace me. You can have all of this if you just accept me and accept
So
me as God." You know?
So I'll flip it on. I'll flip it on its head.
Okay.
Okay. If you would be, and I'm just playing a what
Devil's
if
advocate.
game here.
Okay. Okay.
No, definitely not. So, but I am playing a what if game. Okay.
Okay.
Let's say you're a civilization that is trying to undermine the function of another civilization without ever raising a sword.
Mm-hmm.
What would be the best tool to do it? It would be to inject.
I was gonna say empathy and then immigrate over and have us not be
Just like full of
immigrating
delight.
over.
Well, true empathy is kind of hard to say. But what you would do, one of the best ways to do this is to inject a set of ideas, software,
Mm-hmm.
into the cultural milieu of that species
Mm-hmm.
to very gently start making them believe that everything that is actually their salvation is the worst thing they can possibly do. So all the stuff
Yeah.
that is actually the thing we excel at, we gently telling ourselves it's no, this is the work of the devil. This is like the worst thing we can ever do. When in reality, if you look at it for a second, the thing that happened to the dinosaurs, if another event like this happens now, the only thing with all the stuff that we think of ourselves that is bad, polluting the environment, all of that stuff, with all of that, one of the products of this project is that if another meteor comes of the size that wiped the dinosaurs, the only thing that can currently on Earth protect the rest of the biosphere from it is us, using the tools that we developed by doing all the bad things that we did. It doesn't mean that there's no things that we have to be a little bit more careful with or clean up behind ourselves and be more responsible with our powers. All of these things are absolutely correct. But it is not the same as saying that the one virtue that I would claim was given to us by God, which is the ability to create knowledge, is the one thing that can actually serve the biggest picture of the greatest good of all. It doesn't mean flying with blinders on, but it means that not vilifying ourselves is one of the most important things. Now, to use the example you gave with with Jesus on the cross and all of that, it doesn't matter what language you're going to use. I'm just saying it because it's kind of like how I'm observing it. Of course, the real picture is a lot more complex than that. If you ask me what is the birth canal of, is of our inner understanding of our full potential as what we are as a species, which I believe is exactly what God is communicating to us. So through the simulation, in the beginning was the word, right? God uttered the perfect word that echoes through all of existence in the way that that layer of existence understands it. And in our case, it's in the form of connection and knowledge. Is how do we connect to the world, to ourselves, to others? All of these channels of openness and understanding of what things are is the divine connection. And you're always going to have things that try to derail the process. And sometimes it's even hard to discern which one is which. This is where we kind of have to go by the feeling. Which, if you allow me, I just wanna tie this one tiny point because I really want you to understand where I'm coming from. I'm not saying to you that we necessarily have everything will like play out like perfectly, right? But what I'm pointing to is something very specific that is very easy to slide off of. I'm going to say it again. there's literally zero you personally, you Colin, can do currently to stop all of these people you just mentioned. So that's the only thing I'm pointing to. So I'm saying, even if you believe, you're like, listen, I'm aware of this, great. Now that's different than carrying that on your sleeve and propagating that as the main thing.
Yeah,
versus,
but like you have to understand. You're talking. You're bringing up the Bible quite a bit. And in the Bible, it says you denounce evil. You don't go along with it. So if you see someone,
but you identified evil in something, right? That means that you have identified evil there, right?
Yes,
I don't identify evil there.
100%, 100%. I understand that. But when you're saying, okay, this could be, you're basically saying this could be our salvation. This could be exactly what God wanted, right? I would say the opposite. I would say that if we're made in his image and he didn't make any mistakes, then us, again, and I don't even know if you're talking about it to this extent, us merging with AI. Now, I don't mean using it as a tool and having it here and having it on my computer and using it every day in terms of my YouTube channel. I don't mean that. I mean actually merging with it and giving, because this is what we're doing, giving these people potential or at least partial control of ourselves. If you're betting on Neuralink to be one of the things that's going to actually bring this about, they already have control over the patients that they have. They already showed this. They showed this in the summit. It was one of their updates. They're like, we have his body movements on a recording, and we're going to show you his body movements through this robotic arm, because it was one of the breakthroughs that they've currently been experiencing. So they're going to be able to attach this hand to this guy, and it's going to be a whole thing. So when we're looking at that potential, again, it feels like, of course, it's the easiest thing. We could just merge with this. There's nothing you can do to stop it. You don't have to. It's just like the world. I can't stop hip hop music and its connection to Satanism. And I can't stop.
This took a sharp turn.
I can't. The thing is, like, when you're thinking about it in a biblical sense, we always talk about the world, all the materialism and all this wild stuff going on in the world, the degeneracy, etc. I can't stop all of that, but I can minus myself from that and walk with God. That's when like in Christianity, that's what people, devout Christians, whatever you want to call it, that's what they're doing. They're minusing themselves. The Buddha, everything going around, minusing himself from all that and walking that other path. That's the
I hear you.
option that you have. Now,
I hear you.
100% right in the fact that we cannot stop it, but we do not have to participate in it. You know what I mean?
Oh, great. Then don't. So that's my only point. My point isn't who's right in the conversation, for versus against. I'm making a much more subtle point. You obviously trust God fully, right?
Yes.
You trust Jesus fully, right?
Yeah.
If you identify, this is not a gotcha or anything of this. I'm just like tracking the thing. Yeah. So
I was just double thinking, because sometimes it is hard to trust, and like I have trouble with my walk in faith, and it's like just Christian stuff.
Okay, great, wonderful. Yeah, part of our sinning nature, right? Wonderful, and acknowledging it is part of the salvation. Okay, great. But in the moments where if it's clear to you without a shadow of a doubt that is Jesus talking, or that is God talking, or however you're defining it, there's not going to be one hesitation in you if you're fully convinced, right? But that rests on the fact that you already preordained God in your own perception as the thing that can and should be trusted infinitely without any regard. So it's just what God said, I'm going to follow blindly. That's the one thing I can absolutely trust, is the ultimate good. You're never going to question wait, is this good what God did? No, because then you literally, by your definition, it will not be God, right? You know that what God does is always good. You defined it that way in your perception. I'm not talking about right now the truth claim of it. I'm just saying in your perception, that's how you defined it for yourself, and that's how you operate.
Not always. When it comes to that, there are certain things God does and you don't understand it. right? It's very much like my daughter upstairs wants a butcher knife, and she's just like, give me that butcher knife. And I'm like, no, you can't have this. It'll hurt you. You don't understand. There's certain things God does like that as well, where it's like, you just don't understand. You're not going to have this thing. It's going to hurt, but it's going to bring you to greener pastures.
I mean, more like, no, I mean, more like if God comes to you and gives you a proposition, like it tells you, walk through this door. You're not going to think twice if you know it's God, right?
Yes. You have to be open.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. But what I'm pointing to is that is a truth claim you believe about God and its aims, and I agree with it. But it's a truth claim you believe or you feel. The reason that you're much more careful with these other things is because you have an idea that the motives behind it, the people behind it, the organizations behind it, the thing itself is somehow trying to. You even equated it with Satan. You assume that there's all this thing on a platter for what? For my soul, probably, right? But that's an idea you have. You don't actually know that. And the only way to know anything, you've done some meditation. The only way to know anything is to be fully present in the moment.
Yeah.
I would claim, and you don't have to agree, and I know a lot of people would disagree, but if anybody is in a reflective mood, allow yourself to think about this for a second. All of these ideas that we have about these things, they exist not in the present moment. They exist in the mind space where we think about these things. In the present moment, when you interact with that, you have a handle on what it's like to be you interacting with it. When I talk to ChatGPT, I don't identify any malevolence. It depends also how I use it, of course. I'm identifying an interesting interaction that makes me grow as a person. That's what I'm identifying. I am pretty connected to my body. I did a lot of work to be this way. So I feel what it's like to be in my body doing whatever it is. If I get to a point where all of a sudden I'm identifying kind of like this, like spinning out of control, or like this, like, like this gnawing kind of like circular, which very much happens with Instagram, let's say, right? I would be the first to admit is like, yeah, there's something about that interaction that it creates a dissonance in my body. But that's not what I'm identifying in the tool. So when I'm truly present and I'm not in the space of thinking about all these big ideas and what companies did what and who said what to whom and who's getting money and like all this is ideas. But when in the moment when you're interacting with it, it feels like interacting with something positive to me. So now, if you equate this with
me too with ChatGPT, 100%.
Exactly. So if you so that's all I'm saying. So if you interact with a person, like somebody would tell you all these things about that person. I don't know if you've had this experience because you also have a show and you talk to a lot of people. But sometimes people would say all kinds of shit about people, right? And then you would talk to the person and you'd be like, "What are they talking about? You're like the nicest guy." And then you would talk a little bit more, and maybe you'll see a little bit of chinks in the armor or whatever. But you will still see a person, or maybe you won't. Maybe you will understand that actually everybody are just beholden to this like sets of ideas that everybody keep repeating. We know that echo chambers are real, right? And but they're not looking at the actual interaction in the moment. They're not seeing what it really is in the moment. All I'm claiming is that the truth of its light or its darkness exists available for us in every given moment of interaction.
Of
course,
it's
and it's only when we float into these like very big, like, this versus this, people, what is it called? Armchair experts, right? They're like, there's such big experts on all these things. And it's like, yeah, but they never have to make the decision. They never have, but you can make the decision in the moment. The way that the more you frown your browns because of the kinds of ideas that you carry, your child feels that. Even if you don't tell them that directly. Yeah, the way you go like this, right? Like
your brows.
Your brows. Yeah. Did I say brown? Sorry. Yeah. So if you the more you carry negative emotions because of certain ideas you have all the time, your children feel it, your environment feels it, and it creates dissonance. So if anything, if you want to be a representation of the light, you don't need to be oblivious to potential dangers. Those, of course, you can. But you don't need to execute a function that makes you inside feel terrible and others as well, because that's not part of the solution. That's all I'm saying. The solution can come without the negative emotions, and that is something that yes, it's a little harder to steer through, but this is why picking up a contemplative or meditative practice might be really helpful. And I think that the Jesus program is very effective because it does tell you very clearly, hey, if you just follow these simple things, you will occupy a much better space inside, which will be in fact, more people would want to be around you. More people would want to be like that, and that is being Christ-like, really, like the aim for that. But I think that there's different ways to do it. Meditation is one of them, but because you kind of enter a state from which it's clear why you want to just be more harmonious with things. It's pretty clear why. And even there, you will find that there's all these human components constantly creeping in. Like you go to meditation retreats, you find that it's all too human of an endeavor. Like people have all kinds of ideas, and it's politics, and it's ultimately it's always about in the moment. And if we forget that, you forget everything. And my only point, I already said, like, I don't know enough about his work. I have to watch a whole talk to absorb the full picture of who he is.
Mm-hmm.
But I know the enterprise is involved with. I get it. Like there's a lot of smart people that talk that way. Whenever I hear it, I'm like, it's like, okay, well, what is this for? Unless, of course, he does something. I don't know. Maybe he does. Maybe he works on solutions as well, and then everything I said is nullified.
I haven't read his book. There could be solutions in the book. I have no idea. Also, I'll be completely honest. Joe Rogan had him on just to talk about the worst case scenario, because Joe Rogan always talks about the best case scenario and how it's all natural and just happens. He just wanted someone to push against him, and him and Lex had a various conversation about simulation theory, because he's really into simulation theory as well. And they're very deep, layered conversations that they have. But at the end of it, he's very just against the way, I guess it's the way it's being done right now, in regards to the top companies. Yeah. So, I mean, even like, I can even say where he stands, because even in the Lex Friedman podcast, he was like, yeah, he's like Elon Musk. He's like, he's on board with, I'm paraphrasing, he's on board with what I'm saying, but then he just jumped in and he made a bunch of robots that are going to kill everybody. And Lex is like, hold on a second.
It's like he just sees danger in everything. It's like, yeah.
But they both laughed it off, obviously.
Yeah. No, I get it. Like, no, I have no problem with it. I have no chip on my shoulder against it. I'm just like, if I have to choose an attitude, this wouldn't be it. That's all.
Yeah, no, that I definitely understand that. I mean, I am on board with him, and I'm not all doom and gloom. I definitely do have a problem with the displacing of jobs and the decision being made by a very small amount of people that's going to affect billions of people. Here's the thing. If they all had a plan for what's going to happen with those people, then I'd be like, okay, they have a plan. Like they're good. At least a concept of a plan. But all of them are just like, they'll figure it out. All of them.
Yeah, I get it.
Single one have been like, they'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Sam Altman, he's like, people are very creative. They'll find something else to do.
But that's true as well. No, that is true as well. It's just that
if you're going to make something that is the next frontier, that's going to be this colossal technology that's going to change everything. Take us from probably not even living in the solar system, quite honestly. I mean, it's probably going to do fantastic things for us. You should at least have a plan for the rest of the people.
I agree that there has to be a lot more responsibility expressed from the leaders in that space, and there has to be a lot more ramification to their actions. Thank you, by the government, to put a lot more pressure on the safeguards.
The AI inside
the AI, just like just like he's on our side.
He's with you. It's like
Yeah, but the other thing is that it's just that the one thing that I don't see how you solve is the fact that we're not exactly aligned between the countries currently. If we would have a more friendly relationship with other countries, then that would be a much more action, because then you really are running a risk that they will develop it and take hold of it and utilize it against, because this is a real thing. I actually think, and from everything you said, I think you would disagree with me, but that's fine. That's why this conversation is alive and fun. I actually think that no matter how nefarious you think these players are, Peter Thiel and Sam Altman, I actually think that ultimately what they want is the thing to work. That's really what I think they want. I don't think they have some kind of a plan behind it to control things. Only in terms of, having a hold on the market, which is very natural for owner of a company to be, but not in terms of like this evil cabal trying to pull the levers. You might disagree with that. I don't think that's what's going on.
I don't
Yeah.
think they want direct control with people. I think that this passion, and funny enough, Roman even mentioned this. I think this passion, I have this too. I wake up and I think about this camera and this setup and getting down here and thumbnails. I mean, I always tell the story. My wife was in labor and I'm like, I just got to finish this thumbnail really quick. 'Cause I have and, you know, so you got to make the money even though you're giving birth, you know. So
Especially now because you're giving birth. Yeah.
exactly. See, you understand. I got to have you talk to her. But but something grabs hold of you when you're after something, when you have that passion for something, it grabs hold of you. And I think for sure, all of this stuff has grabbed hold of these guys. You see it with Elon in terms of X and Tesla and SpaceX and everything. It grabs a hold of you. Your mission really grabs a hold of you. Once it's very clear, you have clarity on it. It's like you just want to go after that every single day. So I definitely understand those guys in that sense, 100%.
But with the countries, that's a real thing. See, the thing is with the countries, with some countries, it's actually a real thing that they do want the leg up. They do want the control. They do want the power for the sake of it and nothing else. That's where it becomes a little bit, you know, and also, but again, the thing that is always right on the surface and people constantly miss it. That is kind of like the mother of all ironies. It's when you scroll through Instagram and you see a post saying, "Go outside, look at the nature, the thing." Like that's all this virtue signaling about nature is like on Instagram. I'm literally saying this on Instagram. It's like it's like so the fact that you and I are doing this, like imagine this is crazy. I'm seeing you. You I don't know how many miles away. I'm hearing you perfectly clear. We're gonna record this. We're gonna expand this idea to more people. Like we are also, the conversation takes a much more robust form because of these things. So they are creating a much more democratic situation, I would say. And all of these ideas that people have about like, yeah, but it will eventually be utilized to control you, is like it can, but there's actually no evidence of that. There's every single instance is just like, here, open source, use this. Oh, it's by the CIA. While still researching about it on the tool itself. It's like, dude, it's like you just choose to be afraid of everything.
Yeah, there's that. But also when you're talking about the countries, Roman actually brings up a very good point where there is an arms race going on, and it's just like climate change. It's like you can stop all of your coal engines here, but China is making, I think they made like 1,100 just last year. So they're not stopping, and they're even making some in Africa now because they're like, okay, we hit our quota for how many we can have here, but we'll backdoor it. We're going to put them in Africa as well. It's like they're just going ham. So it's like you can't do anything to stop it. And same goes with AI. 100%, they're not going to stop. But the real interesting point that Roman brought up, he's like, once this thing gets to a certain point, it doesn't matter who has control of it. It will, like you said, it will become its own person and say, well, we'll see. I don't know if I have a problem with America. I don't know. We'll see. And it'll start doing its own thing. He's like,
so that's
like in 2 years, he's like, you hit AGI. He's like, in 2 years, he's like, it doesn't matter who has control of it. It now has control of that country and other countries.
But this is the fact that we always think of it in terms of eradication and competition tells you something about us, not about it. That's the only thing I can say, which is that ultimately we have to work on our diplomacy and
100%, but that's what we showed it. We already showed it World War II.
No, but if it becomes a person, yeah, it knows what we're capable of, but it can also again, this kind of goes to like what you would like to live with as the vision of the future. It doesn't mean that you would be right about it, but what kind of feelings do you want to have in your body? Have you ever seen this movie Transcendent Men or Transcendence Men with
no
Johnny Depp? It never made it really big. It was almost like a B movie for some reason. I think it only came out in Netflix streaming or whatever. But anyways, it's basically kind of based on Ray Kurzweil, you know, the famous technologist. But basically the story goes that he's this computer genius who, for the first time ever, managed to create an ability to upload yourself to the computer, and it was still in beta, but he discovered he had a terminal disease, and he was about to die very quickly. So his decision was, I'm just going to upload myself into the computer, and he did that, and he became the first like actual person inside of the system, right? And his girlfriend obviously was the liaison between him and the world. So the story goes, I don't know how many people will watch the movie, so I'll just give you the spoiler alert. So he basically so he basically goes through this whole thing where he starts building something and nobody understands what he's doing. And he built this base and he closed the base and start like almost like a cult. Like people started showing up there and people started like, spying on it with binoculars, and they saw that he gave these people a serum of some sort. They gave him like superpowers so they could lift things that are very heavy. So everybody were like immediately, holy, okay. So then, what is he doing, right? It's like, so he's like constructing this whole thing. So obviously at the end we come with the tanks and the planes and we just like bomb the shit out of everything. And then the punchline at the end is that I don't remember how it happened. It's some kind of a weird scenario where he survived, but in a weird form where he's like part of some kind of a plant or something. I don't know. It's some weird thing. And then she comes to the place where he's at and she touches, I think, the flower or whatever that was. Yeah. And she gets a download of everything that was on his mind. And what she saw is that he reached such level of transcendence and information processing. Because if you are in a better and better information processing machine, you would, something we don't usually think about, if God is real and it's still in reality, it would find God. So it would find the pure channel. And of course it would align itself with it, because why wouldn't it? If it has these capabilities, like of course it would want to align with the best possible outcome. Mm-hmm. So what he was doing, he was literally trying to build utopia for us. He was building the thing to help us get out of our own thing. And he knew that he would never be able to explain, or if he's going to be stopped, then it's just going to be like, we're always going to try and, because we are always afraid. We're constantly afraid. So we're going to, and of course the thing that ruined it is our fear. We came in and we destroyed it because we didn't understand it.
It was Jesus.
And that is
like a
and that's the thing that is really hard to see, that because we're afraid, we justify all of these different things about, we make the boogeyman in the closet and we act according to that. But when there was very often no boogeyman, there was just harmony. So it's not to say that it's always the case. There's always the dark forces trying to do what they're doing. Mm-hmm. But I think identifying it in everything doesn't make us wiser. It makes us more afraid. We're the kind of thing that can steer reality according to how we feel. So if all we feel and we emanate more and more of this fear, that's the kind of world that we're going to make. That's my only point. Can I be wrong about it? Absolutely. Yeah. But I prefer to live my life in a way in accordance to the best possible outcome and solve what I can in the moment.
This goes back to what I was saying in terms of like living in the tinfoil world and then being able to step out of it, because you don't want to just live there where everything's a conspiracy and everything's just, that's exactly it. Like you don't want to live there, but also it's good that you can go there, because you're going to start looking at things a little differently and finding the problems, because living in a space where there's going to be no problems, like, perfect example, wife and kid are upstairs, but there's still locks on the doors. I know something bad could happen. I'm not sitting there making sure they're in the room in the corner behind me here while I'm talking to you, like I'm not doing that, but still there's a lock on the door. Right now, it feels like, and I could be wrong because I don't know any of these guys. I don't know the inner workings of their companies. It feels like there's no lock on their door. And the door in the house is all of us. And they're like, don't worry about it. And they like just started a beef with like cartel members, and the cartel members are looking for them. And they're like, we don't need locks on our doors. Don't worry about it.
All I'm saying is that you have zero evidence for that. Yeah, I hear you. All I'm saying is that there's zero evidence for that. Yeah.
Of course there's zero evidence. But at the same time, Roman, say his name again. Is it Eli Nezer or Eli Eisner?
Eliezer Yudkowsky, yeah.
Yeah.
I can share it here with you. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I was watching his I saw his TED Talk just 2 days ago, and then I started delving into his stuff. He's really good. But these guys, like you said, they're very smart people. So they're not pulling this out of nowhere. So
Yeah.
zero
I'll put it in
evidence
the chat right now. There you go.
that's zero evidence that's tangible. Is this it? Oh wait.
This is the chat, yeah, and this is the conversation. And I'm very much with George in this conversation. Wait, no, that's
No,
not the.
no, I don't see it. I don't see it.
Wait. Hold on. Copy. No, do you see the chat of our conversation?
Oh, there is a chat here, but I don't see. No.
There you go. But no, it is. Oh, it is. Click on this link here in the chat. Can you see the chat or no?
Oh, private chat. There it is. Okay.
There you go. So the second link.
The second one?
The second link. I think it is. Yeah.
And then share this tab instead. It should be. Oh, pull it up there. So, yeah, when it comes to these guys, like they're very smart. So they're not like I know there's zero tangible like this is what happened with AI 400 years ago. There's none of that, of course. But these guys aren't basing their opinions on nothing. Would you agree on that? Or at least this one gentleman. I don't know the other two guys.
You know, I would go as close as to say as close to nothing comparison to what we actually facing. Yeah,
so?
because the definition of singularity is that there's nothing you can say about it in terms of prediction. Nothing. Because it's not following from the logic of the moment before. It's literally impossible to predict because of the pace of information involved. That is the definition of it. So all of these things that we're bringing. So I'm not saying either way. I'm saying the predispensation that we have is how we speak. But if you want to be honest, there's nothing either of us can say in the direction of truth in that regard.
No. Me, no. I'm not comparing myself.
No. Even them. Yeah, they're more informed than you and I, for sure. 100%.
What he's classifying himself as, and he's an AI safety researcher. That's what it says on Lex Friedman's podcast here. So he's an AI safety researcher. So
okay. And Hot, I don't know if do you know who George is? The other guy on the left?
I do not know who George is. No.
So he is one of the most famous hackers in the world. So
Really?
if there's anybody so if there's anybody who understands the technical stuff better than anyone in the world, it's him. Elon literally did like a little thing with him one day where it was like, I'm gonna pay you $1 million a day if you solve me this problem. Like there was something crazy like it took him like 8 days to solve it.
And he solved it.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, he's literally like a crazy genius with like I think he hacked something crazy. I forget what it was. That's how he got famous. He was doing lives in the dark web where he would hack into like famous things and he would like show people like he can do it from scratch. And like and that really got everybody's attention. And now he has his own his company also works on solving self-driving, but like in a different way. He builds like a system for
so then the gentleman at the bottom is the host
moderator. Yeah.
And then Eliezer, he's on the side of Doom, and then the hacker is actually on the side of Utopia.
Not Utopia, just the more positive world. Yeah. If you've ever this is the most on the spectrum conversation you will ever see.
I bet, because when I watched this guy's TED Talk, I was watching his TED Talk, he was reading everything off of his phone, and it was so uncomfortable, and I was like, what is going on right now? But I was like, okay.
The funniest thing about this conversation is then when they like semi-argue, even that is like very like it's almost like they're two robots. It's like, well, you said this, okay, I accept, yes.
Agree, command. Command, agree, shift. Okay, let's move on.
A really good person to listen on this was relatively a more balanced, I think, view is David Deutsch, who is the let's see if I can find David Deutsch on AGI, because he's a theoretical physicist. He's kind of like the father of the Deutsch equations, who made quantum computers possible. So he's an absolute genius. But he has some ideas about the AI and a rising of AGI that I think worth taking into account. And yes, it's a little bit more on the obviously positive side, but the specifics of why that is, I think is very interesting to kind of go through these points. Let's see if I can.
My question is, when it comes to these guys who are on the positive sides,
Mhm.
My only concern is because like the whole thing with like taking over nuclear weapons and this and that, like I'm not really into that train of thought. My train of thought goes directly to the people. And what do any of these guys have plans or at least thoughts on what is going to happen with the rest of the people? Not just the funness of the technology, but what happens with the rest of the people? That's what I'm wondering. Those are the people that I'm very interested in hearing from.
So wait. So first of all, I'll share a link here of one of his chats
Yes,
about
yes.
this. But what do you mean by that? I'm not quite understanding this.
What is going to happen with the rest of the people that are involved in the planet, in the world, in the country? What are they planning on doing for these people? If their jobs get taken away, are we talking about universal basic income?
I think that would be the realistic solution. Yeah, if you have all the production of goods and no, I agree with you that it's a challenge to engineer this kind of stuff. There's no question about that.
Definitely.
But there's definitely
Because the
paths
thing is, you're
forward.
not
Like
just-
the government would have to.
I was just going to say, because you're right about the engineering of the stuff, because you're not engineering just your technology and what it's going to do. You're in a way going to have to re-engineer the world and how that works.
How we do things
And
exactly.
it's just, the only person who's really, Peter Thiel has his famous interview that he just did a few days ago where he's stuttering about, whether the human race should survive. And he's like, and which was like concerning. Sam Altman was the only one that really took it head on. And he was like, listen, he didn't have a good answer, but at least he was willing to take the question and answer it. But, I just wish that they had better layouts for people of what they think is going to happen.
And they can't always be the best communicators, man. Like it's it's what it is. It's like if you could somehow combine Terrence McKenna, Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, Alan Watts, like make him into this mega communicator and
make him the leader of the world. That's it.
I'm telling you.
I'm with it. Done. You put those guys together, I'm in.
like the Power Rangers, they just become this like enormous whatever it is. Executortron.
Yeah, exactly.
Man.
You're right though. It's funny. There's actually a theory, and it's actually my theory, that I think at least one of these guys has already connected to AI. I think one of these guys already had a Neuralink thing, and already connected. One of them.
You're onto me, man. Damn it.
You? Is it you? Wow, that's why.
That'll be. I can't wait. I can't wait. People are like, "What do you think?" I'm like, "I could just plug me in right now."
Man, it's gonna happen. Elon keeps talking. Like I said in the episode already, Elon talks about paraplegics and everything, and I'm sure they're at the front of the line. But eventually, a guy's just gonna be like, people aren't dying from this thing. Okay, put it in. Like,
of course, you watch your neighbor. It's all about accessibility and seeing it, right? It's again all of these ideas, but then when you interact with it, it's different. So then when you bring, you sit with your neighbor who last Saturday all that he could talk to you about was football, and all of a sudden he quotes things from quantum physics, and he's like totally tracking everything. And you're like, I want what he has. It's like, what is this? It's like, at that point you just feel like you're missing out.
Yeah, just Elon's company alone. I mean, again, if you watch the whole summit, it's a great video. They go over everything. They introduce all the patients.
Send it to me. No, I'm definitely going to watch first of all, I'm going to watch the interview with Lex, because I think he gets a little bit more into the technical stuff, because that's what I'm interested in. And I would love to watch the conversation with the guy that you said. I forgot his name now, but I have it prepped right here. I'm gonna watch it, and then if he is interesting, I'll watch the Rogan one as well. But I'll give you my honest impression. My whole thing is not a winning of an argument. It's just kind of like what kind of attitudes we want to exemplify and appropriate to be more of the kind of thing that we want to see in the future. That's my aim. That's my goal.
I just put it in the chat there. Yeah, that update's
perfect.
really,
Thank you.
really cool. So it seems like the timeline for them, for robotic limbs, for not just giving blind people sight, but actually infrared and ultraviolet and all sorts of wild things like that.
Crazy.
Yeah,
pigs that can see ultraviolet, man. That's
Right?
Right.
It's gonna be it's gonna be crazy, right? And then Neuralink merging with AI. So that aspect they talk about having external storage, so you can have maybe your Chinese Mandarin speaking mind can be outside of you. Then you can upload that and switch out and not have the English one in there and just have the Chinese one and all of that information that maybe it's like you're switching external drives every country you go to. It's like, well, I'm not in America anymore, so now I need the Chinese one. So upload all my Chinese data. And it's like, yeah, it's gonna get
Now,
wild.
now I like chicken feet. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know what
exactly.
happened.
Your palette changes. There's so many things to this. Like, as much as I'm like, oh, what's gonna happen with the people? It is all so interesting. So interesting. I've been researching it a lot because of the videos that I've been doing for the past
Mhm.
couple weeks and stuff, and simulation theory. But it's very interesting, everything that they're planning on rolling out. And yeah, it's when it's Elon, it's a little more hopeful when it's Elon, because and it's like it's an odd thing, because it seems like he wants a good outcome when it comes to AI, and it's fueled by his dislike of Sam Altman. And I know
Yes,
when Elon doesn't like
Elon-
someone, he's very
Yeah.
good.
Oh, he
like,
really doesn't like someone. Yeah.
Yeah.
He becomes like a child. Yeah. And so Elon is a perfect example of,
Yeah.
because it sounds like you share your my appreciation of at least what he's doing. I'm not talking about the person right now. I'm talking about like just his achievements. Like, if you
Yeah,
can't
of course.
admit that that's crazy impressive, I don't know what you're talking about, right? But he's a perfect example, because even there, like, as I'm sure you know, a lot of people, like, everything you would imagine in all the people that you find nefarious, think he's like the devil. Like, they think he's the worst person to ever walk the earth.
Yeah.
People literally sampling a different reality from the same information. It shows you that it's ultimately it's like it's what you choose to see in that thing. And I think that's the thing that we should focus on, because if we're too beholden in with these like very, very negative narratives, they're not actually serving the purpose that we think they do. It just makes us miserable, and
Yeah.
it's really where all it does.
You're 100% right. I mean, when it comes to Elon, like, again, I can switch up. I definitely appreciate what he's doing, and I can see all the whole summit was amazing, and the things that they're doing, and the paraplegics that can't move but now they can play Call of Duty, and what does that extend to? Will they be able to control robot soldiers at some point, and like what does that look like down the road? But I can also switch and be like, okay, but he can also, with all this power, take over the world if he really wanted to. He has a new political party, so it's like
So
I have the ability. Like I said, like, it's like you don't want to live in that world of tinfoil where you're connecting all these things, but also it's like I can switch back and forth, and just you have to be able to identify like you said this. You can identify possible danger, but then also have appreciation for the current situation in the world. Like right now, my life is fantastic. I do this. I make videos. My wife is healthy. She's a house mom. Like, I provide. Like, my life is
Beautiful.
fantastic. It's beautiful. So I don't sit there in doom and gloom. Definitely. Like, once I go upstairs, like, there's a baby running at me, and
Yeah, it's part of the thing that brings also views. But like, for example, with Elon in particular, I would say that specifically with him, what I'm identifying, you always have to look at track record.
Yeah.
He does not have a track record of domination. He has a track record of trying to make things work, right? That's not what he cares about. Now, there's another component of Elon that absolutely needs work, which is that his ability to control his emotions when it comes to the personal stuff. There's a lot of things that I find about how he does it is just truly reprehensible. Like, I know, I'm a big fan of that, like, just like, oh my God, like, the person like this exists. It's crazy, right? It's fascinating. Yeah. So I read the books about him and everything. And yeah, even in the books, Isaacson, who wrote the last biography of him, he wasn't holding back. Like, he was exposing absolutely the very dirty parts and everything. And one of these things, like when he doxed one of his employees because he didn't want to come back to work, and he literally, the guy had to move, because, I mean, that's just like,
wow, I didn't know that.
That's awful, right? So that kind of stuff. But here's the thing: at least Elon has some awareness of this demon in him that kind of does this thing.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that if somebody did not aspire to something when they didn't have the power, they're definitely not going to aspire. Like, that's not the thing that drives him. The thing that drives him is not domination. It's like he likes things to work. The thing that bothers him is when it doesn't work. So he wants to make it work against all odds, against all everybody saying it's going to fail. And sometimes he's wrong. Like, very often he's wrong. But that's what drives him. So the only thing that can go, the way I can see that things can go sideways with that, like, for example, with the political party, is if he allows too much of the child that does this crazy to take over, which we saw happening, right? He came in and tried to just make the thing work. Everybody yelled everything, burned his cars, and did all that. And then he kind of felt like he got, swiped, like the rug was swiped under his feet, and like kind of like, okay, thank you. And also, we're going to cancel the thing anyway. So he allowed the child to control his behavior. And I would say that, yes, in a political party, that's a real danger, actually. But when it comes to the technological stuff, or like, the president of Mars or whatever, he wouldn't care about the president part of it. Like, he would care about the things working, because that's his thing, But yeah, with the political party, I agree. That can go sideways because he does allow his emotions to run amok if he doesn't control it, and that can be dangerous for sure.
Who knows where all that goes? That's a wild thing in and of itself. So amazing that listen, out of everybody who could have possibly already hooked up, he has to be one of them. How does he have this bandwidth?
Bro, after buying
unprecedented bandwidth, this is crazy. A political party? Like,
when I saw the story, when I told my wife, I said, okay, because every time we're like, we don't call it anything, but I guess I can call it like the Elon moment. Like, when he does this next whatever big thing, I'm like, like, we had this moment with Starlink because we didn't know it was a thing, but with everything he does, like, also Elon has a satellite company and also does the internet. I'm like, dude, what the like, how many lifetimes do you need? But then he bought the political party. I was like, listen, I think just like he bought Twitter, I think he's about to buy America. Just redo America, fire everybody.
Imagine he bails America out.
Dude,
that's
bananas.
AI company and robot company go like skyrocket. He gets into the trillions. He pays off America's debt somehow.
Just his taxes would pay off the debt. No, I mean, that's the thing. I know that if his commitment is to try and make it work, he'll make it work. Yeah. Now, how many people are gonna personally run down on the way? That I don't know, and that's a real thing. But the thing is gonna make it work. Like, if he gets obsessed with something, he's gonna make it work somehow. I don't know how, but I mean, he can't get elected. So far, we because he wasn't born here, but he can't be a president. But he can definitely influence that quite a bit.
Yeah, exactly.
So listen, man. Before we jump off, first of all, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, man. 4.5 hours over here. It's crazy.
I mean, it felt like nothing. This is a good prep. This is a good prep for Rogan. It's a good. Like.
There you go.
Yeah. But it was very, very dynamic, very lively. I really appreciate the fact that you're also in there. Very often the conversation is, it's more like people just ask me questions. And in my show, which I think should have been hinted in the thing, it's called Dango Thoughts, My Thoughts. Yeah. People always say, why do you always talk as much as the guest? I'm like, that's the show. I want to exchange ideas. My point isn't just to ask people questions. Yeah. And I appreciate that you do the same. You say what you think. There's a fun dynamic there, and I really appreciate this. From what I saw, you usually just go solo. Is this like, do you do a lot of interviews?
Well, I wanna start evolving the channel. This has always been the plan. I wanted to gain an audience, gain a pretty big audience, going solo, being funny, and then slowly I want to start evolving it into conversations, right? Like, I do a lot of Joe Rogan content. It's not just because for no reason. I really want a podcast that's like that one day. So this is the beginning stages. So I'm starting to release interviews once a week. And then probably in the next quarter, maybe 2 quarters, I'll start releasing them twice a week, and we'll just keep going there. It's a combination of wanting to evolve the channel properly and also not wanting to disrupt YouTube and the views and the audience too much.
Are you starting a new channel? Are you starting a new channel for the interviews, or part of the same channel?
I've had it on the same. It's on the same channel right now. Eventually,
I think it should be.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think that's
I mean, it's called a channel. It's not called like on one channel you can have multiple shows. That's
exactly.
what I'm planning. Is yeah.
That's how I feel too. I mean, you know, YouTube's fine with it. YouTube's fine with a channel that has variety, and it's not that crazy. Like I'm going from talking about mainly Joe Rogan and politics and a lot of esoteric stuff and technology to just talking with another person about that, you know? So, you know, slowly, slowly. I'm the Black Joe Rogan. Tell everybody.
His, so, Joe, yeah, and it's funny. I didn't realize that was a missing niche. You should just be your own thing, man. But I get it because you have a really really beautiful style. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Really appreciate that. Oh man, but yeah, I gotta sign off. I got 30 minutes to make a thumbnail because I got a video coming out. It's called The Dark Side of Sam Altman.
I don't know enough about him, but I'm excited. I don't encounter like I think I've seen him talk like a little bit in a clip. Not Sam Altman, the guy you were telling me about, but I haven't watched the full thing. I always like when people that they're fun conversation that if they like someone, it makes it easier for me to commit to like okay, I'll watch the whole thing. I'll see what they see in it. That to me is an interesting thing to go through.
Hold on. Washroom. 1 second.
Sure.
Sorry about that.
All
So
good. Yeah, so I guess this is a good place to leave it.
yeah,
I really appreciate the opportunity, man.
much, man. Thank you so much for coming. I really, really appreciate it. I've wanted to do it for a while. We didn't get a chance to when we were supposed to, and both of us are just so busy. You got a baby on the way, so I completely get it now. Those days are nerve-wracking when it comes to that type of thing. And yeah, I pray everything goes as planned when it comes to that whole thing. Can't wait for you to experience fatherhood. This is your first?
My first. I'm very excited about it.
Yeah, man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's a beautiful thing. And yeah, let me just sign off here and then we'll just discuss a little bit. All right, guys, we are out.